Morning, all.
Morning.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. Anyone having a case before the King's Justice of the Superior Court of Justice, attend now and you shall be heard. The Honorable Madam Justice Hennessy presiding. Long live the King. You may be seated. Unless done in accordance with the Superior Court of Justice protocol on the use of electronic devices, these proceedings are not to be recorded. Thank you.
Wow. You look like you're ready. Mr. Schacht.
If the court is ready, I am ready.
We have a witness. It's a big day. We're starting the evidence. Okay.
Just before we get into the evidence, there's some procedural matters that I would speak to. The first is that a couple of days ago, I circulated an updated Appendix A, but I did not provide hard copy to the court. And so I would just do that now. It's a paper copy of what was sent to my friends at their request.
Possibly we printed this, so we're good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, would the court want that marked as exhibit A.1 or A.2, or what would you prefer?
What was,
It wa-
maybe registrar can tell us, do we have an 8.1?
We only have 8.
So 8.1, please.
Thank you. The second sort of procedural matter had to do with an issue I raised a couple days ago towards the end of court, which is the attendance of witnesses in the courtroom.
Yes.
And I'm pleased to report that counsel have all agreed that there would not be an exclusion of witnesses, and that given that we're dealing largely with experts who recognize their obligation to the court, it would be of benefit for and not a problem for expert witnesses to sit in the court and or watch on the internet to see what the other witnesses are testifying to facilitate the court process and getting to the court the best information available from all the parties. And that has been agreed to, subject of court to the court's direction on the matter.
All right. So thank you for that. And I believe I commented on the last day that would seem to make counsel for Ontario and Canada and the interveners. I take it, Mr. Schacht, when Mr. Schachter says you're all in agreement, you are, and I appreciate that work. Thank you.
And so I might say that our second witness, David Hutchings, is in the courtroom watching. And our first witness then is Professor Joseph Stiglitz, and we're ready to begin.
And you're ready to go? All right.
Good. You wish to affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
Mind stating your name in full for the record?
Joseph Eugene Stiglitz,
Can you spell your first and your last name for the record?
Joseph Stiglitz.
Thank you. You solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to the court touching the matters in question between the parties shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Now, I'm pleased to say that my friends have agreed to the qualifications of Professor Stiglitz as an expert. And so the first thing I would want, with my friend's consent, to enter as the next exhibit, the expert qualification of Dr. Joseph Stiglitz and agreement as to admissibility of his reports.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, would that be exhibit E?
No, that'll be exhibit 2, I believe.
It's a numbered exhibit.
Yes. And just for the record, the area of expertise is the parties have agreed to the expert qualifications of Dr. Joseph Stiglitz as follows. An economist qualified as an expert in economic theory, microeconomics, public economics, welfare economics, public policy, financial economics, and environmental economics with a specific expertise in the application of economic principles in the analysis of large-scale economic activity and resources, industrial organization, and the time value of money.
Thank you, and I thank all council. So this witness is qualified and to, as per the consent description that has been filed as Exhibit 2.
And with that consent, the next agreed exhibits are the expert report for White Sand and Red Rock First Nations of Joseph Stiglitz and David Hutchings, the joint report dated January 24, 2023 should be Exhibit 3. And as again, per agreement with my friends, the expert reply report for White Sand and Red Rock First Nations of Joseph Stiglitz and David Hutchings dated January 24, 2023 should be Exhibit 4. And I would hand up a copy to the registrar. And I understand the court has copies of these already.
I do, thank you very much.
The first thing I want to do with Professor Stiglitz is just go through a couple of his qualifications. And I know we've had an agreement as to his qualifications, but I just wanted to hear from Professor Stiglitz a little bit. So in Exhibit 3, the opening report, you attach a 145-page resume at Exhibit 1. It's a quite detailed and expansive resume, but I wanted to just ask a couple questions just about your experience. So it's Professor Stiglitz is how you prefer to be called?
Yes.
Okay. So Professor Stiglitz, just turning to page 1 of 171 of Exhibit 3, your opening report. You are a professor at which university?
Columbia.
Okay, and you received your PhD from MIT in 1967.
That's right.
And at paragraph number 3, you talk about, or it says, public economics and public finance, which study how governments raise funds and make expenditures, have been major pillars of my academic work, and that's true.
That's right.
And would you like to expand on that, or what you mean by that particular phrase? Can you maybe give the
There are
court
two
of a
parts of it,
flavor?
or 2 or 3 parts. First, it was a basic part of my research agenda, and I wrote a lot about that throughout my whole career. And then I wrote 2 textbooks, one a graduate textbook with the late Tony Lord Atkinson, and called Lectures in Public Economics. It was published in 1980. There was a new press in 2015, and it was the standard graduate text in public economics for a third of a century. And then I wrote an undergraduate textbook called The Economics of the Public Sector, that helped define the field of the economics of the public sector. It used to be called public finance, and I broadened it to be more inclusive of all the issues faced by the public sector. And then thirdly, I went in, you might say, into public service. In 1993, I became a member and then later chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Clinton. I did that from 1993 to 1997. And then I became chief economist and senior vice president of the World Bank, where I advise governments, public economics globally. And then after I left the World Bank in 2000, beginning of 2001, I spent a lot of time working with governments all over the world, including the US, working as consulting, discussing issues in the public economics.
And are you still consulting with various governments?
Yes, I sometimes kibitzing, talking, and sometimes giving serious work. Yes.
And are you able to name those countries that recently?
Well, I've been involved with the current administration in Washington. I've talked to time with the Canadian government, the French government. They gave me the Legion d'Honneur for the work I did with them.
The Legion of Honor from France.
Yes.
And so what work did you do with them to get the Legion of Honor?
It was with several governments, and so they have different categories in the Legion d'Honneur, and so I got elevated over time. And the first was at the request of President Sarkozy. He wanted to broaden the notion of how you think about well-being, and that GDP didn't capture adequately what he thought he should do as president of the French Republic, and what ought to guide public policy. So I helped create an international commission on the measurement of economic performance and social progress. And this has had a lot of influence. The OECD then set up a whole framework for measuring beyond GDP. And that work now is being incorporated into the UN statistics. And I was just in New Orleans for the American Economic Association, and there's a big initiative under the Biden administration to follow up on some of those ideas of going beyond GDP and the measurement of well-being, including sustainability.
I'll get to sustainability in a moment, but you mentioned GDP. That's an acronym for
Gross domestic product.
And
It's a measurement of the economic value.
right, and you mentioned OECD.
That's the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. And in English, it's the official think tank of the advanced countries, and located in Paris.
Thank you.
And each of the governments have ambassadors there.
Now, at paragraph 4 of page 2 of 171 of Exhibit 3, which is your opening report, it says environmental economics and economic policy around natural resources has been another focus and of my academic and professional work. And is that what you got the Nobel Peace Prize for? Or
Well, the Nobel Prize that people normally talk about, it's my Nobel Prize, the Memorial Prize in Economics. which was for asymmetric information. Just the simple idea that some people know things differently than other people,
Right.
which is a very simple idea, but has, it turns out, very profound implications for how the economy operates, and implications that were not realized until my work, and involves some, you might say, somewhat complicated mathematics and ideas that have now really seeped into the mainstream. But then I was also one of the lead authors of the 1995 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which was the first report. The IPCC does the assessment of greenhouse gases, climate change, global warming. And I was one of the lead authors of the 1995 report, which was the first report that began to look at the economic and social implications of climate change. And the Nobel Peace Prize was given in 1997 to the IPCC, shared with Al Gore, for the work that we had done in extending understanding of the implications of climate change.
Now, while you were a member of the President's Council, I understand that one of the tasks you were either given or undertook was valuing the natural resources of Alaska.
Well, it was more general. We were concerned about how do you value natural resources? What are the principles of that? How do you go about doing it? And we wanted to go was beyond the direct economic value, the value of the existence of a public good, knowing that there was nature, of the environment, biodiversity, all these other things that go beyond economics. And so that was one of the things that we had a task force to try to assess, basically the methodology, not actually calculating it, but how do we go about, and whether we should go beyond doing it. And clearly our sense was, yes, we should go beyond it. And were there reliable methodologies for doing that?
Thank you. In 2011, I'm looking at page 6 of your CV. You don't have to turn it up, but at 2011, Time Magazine named you one of the 100 most influential people in the world. And I just have to ask, how did that come about?
I don't know how they chose me. You know, I do engage a lot with a lot of global leaders, and I do engage in public policy in a wide variety of ways. I suppose in it, the report that I referred to earlier for the French government, the International Commission on the Measurement of Economic Performance and Social Progress came out in 2010. I also headed in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, the president of the General Assembly of the UN asked me to head another commission to assess what were the consequences of the global financial crisis, what we could do to prevent another, how do we reform the global financial architecture. And we came out with a report, embarrassingly called, it was published by a press called the Stiglitz report. But it was widely circulated. The recommendations were adopted by the UN, most of them, and then have provided some basis of discussion on a number of key issues at the UN. Unfortunately, not all the issues have been fully addressed that we said should have been addressed, and I think there being some problems because they haven't done that. But that was so it may have been that year. Those two reports both came out, and I'd been engaged in working with a number of governments, Britain, Gordon Brown, and I worked very closely together during the crisis, and with the governments in Europe and America, Japan. So it may have been because of that they named me one of the influential people of the year.
And in 2016, Bloomberg, I guess that's Bloomberg News or organization, named you one of the 50 most influential people in the world of finance. Do you remember that?
No, I actually didn't. But
Well, it's a 145-page CV. I can see why you might miss some things.
But it probably, I've done a lot of work in finance, and some of the ideas that I did very early, like, critical in the issues of finance are issues of risk, issues of information asymmetry, and some of my foundational papers that were written as early as 1970, some even before that, have really remained foundational papers in the analysis of risk discounting. So it's had a lot of influence in finance.
And have you ever counted up the number of honorary doctorate degrees you've received?
No, I haven't, but it's somewhere between 40, 50, Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Toronto, just to name a few of the great universities.
I added them up. It's 59. But what are honorary doctorate degrees generally given for? I mean, what is there? Are you able to sort of generalize what?
Well, I think there's a mix of reasons, considerations. One of them is academic distinction, and the other is public service. And one of the reasons universities do it is that it often occurs at the graduation ceremonies, and they're trying to provide role models for students and tell their students, you should either aspire to be an academic or aspire to public service, or do both.
Thank you. With that, I think I'm going to move into the reports themselves. Now, Professor Stiglitz, the larger the report, which we call the opening report, is Exhibit 3, and the smaller report, which is the reply report, is Exhibit 4. And you have those two reports in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And those reports provide your opinion when they were authored?
Yes.
And those opinions remain the same today?
Yes.
And if you look at the excuse me. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the beginning of your resume. Okay. Just after the end of the report, after page 171, it's not numbered, but there's an acknowledgement of expert's duty. You
Yes.
see that?
Well, I know about it, but I have.
Yeah, and what I just wanted to confirm is that you understand, although White Sand and Red Rock have hired you, you understand that your obligation is to be objective, fair, and nonpartisan,
Yes, I do.
and that you are to provide opinion evidence that is related to areas within your expertise.
Yes, I do.
And you will provide such additional assistance as the court may reasonably require to determine the matter.
Yes, I do.
And that your overall obligation is to the courts in providing information for the court's assistance.
Yes, I do. I just think, I wish American courts had a provision like this to remind us, the experts to do that.
We always like to hear how we're so advanced.
Now, you have brought along with you today what I would call, it's called Trial Demonstratives of Professor Joseph Stiglitz.
Yes,
And I understand that that is going to guide your testimony, and that what's in here, which I'm holding up, the trial demonstrative, are connected to what is in your reports.
yes,
There's no new theories in here.
no,
And I'm going to pause, Justice. I've circulated this to my friends, and whether it should be a numbered or a lettered exhibit, I think we should deal with later. For now, because it's going to assist, my friends have suggested, and I agree, we can just mark it as a lettered exhibit for now. And if it should be an actual exhibit in the cause, we can deal with that later.
All right.
And so I would hand that up.
So it's, at the moment, it's on consent that it's a lettered exhibit, and you wish to raise whether it becomes a numbered exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. So what letter are we at, Madam Registrar?
The thought process was, first of all, my friends haven't been able to review it in its entirety to make sure that it's acceptable to them to be entered as a numbered exhibit.
Okay,
And it might be, as we go through later on, that they might want to use some of what's in here to put to their own witnesses, and it would need to be an exhibit at that point. So we're going to leave that open for now, but what I would ask Professor Stiglitz is that what is in the trial demonstratives that you've prepared, you prepared these, yes?
yes,
They are a fair representation of what is in your report.
that's right.
So for now, is that exhibit E for identification? So with that, Professor Stiglitz, maybe we could turn to the first of the slide decks, which is your assignment that you were given. And can you just tell us what your assignment was and what we asked you to do?
Well, with my colleague, David Hutchings, we were asked 3 questions related to the RST territory. The first is, what is the value of the treaty territories, lands, waters, resources that were extracted or used over the period 1850 to 2019? And the second is, what are the principles that might assist the court in determining the sharing between the Crown and the First Nations that was required by the treaty in any at each date? And then finally, to be responsive to the Court of Appeal, what is the difference in the relative wealth, well-being of the Robinson Superior Treaty beneficiaries and the descendants of the foreign settlers? And then finally, not surprisingly, I was asked to review and respond to the opinions the Ontario and Canada's economic experts.
Now, when you talked about principles that can assist the court, you're going to provide the court with economic principles.
That's right.
And just to sort of let the court know which way we're going, if you go to the next slide, excuse me, there is a delineation of responsibility. Can you just tell the court how you and Mr. Hutchings sort of did your work?
Yeah, let me try to explain, why Mr. Hutchings was involved. Doing analysis of this kind is over a huge period, involved a number of empirical analyses and calculations. And that was primarily his responsibility. What we did is we collaborated on the appropriate frameworks to employ in those analyses. And then Mr. Hutchings was responsible for their implementation.
Thank you.
So I want to turn to the what I'm going to call outline of teaching today, because really what we've asked you to do is to try and educate us about certain matters in economics. And I see you've got an outline of what you hope to cover in the next couple of days of testimony. Can you just explain to us what it is you're planning to do?
5 topics I want to cover. The first is really you might say the base issue, which is what is the value of the RST Anishevic's contribution? What is it that they brought to the table? This is the issue that keeps getting raised. So it's the value issue, and how do we value it? The second is what contributions can economics make to assist in determining the principles of sharing between the Crown and the Anishinaabe. And third, that I'm going to focus on one aspect of that, which is the economic substance of the augmentation clause in the Treaty of 1850. And fourth is a little bit of a technical issue, but it turns out to be one of enormous economic implication, and that is accounting for the time value of money. And when you're dealing with money going back to 1850, that becomes a real, and how do you value it today, 170 years later, that becomes an important topic. So we'll spend some time on that. And finally, there are a number of issues that are raised by Ontario and Canada's experts. And I'm going to talk about only a few of them, but a few that I think are really key to understanding my conceptions of how the basic issues should be looked versus, I might say, their misconceptions.
So that brings us then to the value of the RST contribution, which is the next slide that's up on the screen. And can you tell us, just start telling us about the value? And
So
what-
first, I just want to repeat what I said a minute ago. Value is what the Anishinaabe brought to the table in that treaty of 1850. And then we have to calculate, value the values. And what I'm going to try to explain is that economic rents are the basis for calculating the value.
And can you just be a little bit more specific? Like what, I mean, perhaps you get into this in your slide deck, but just generally as a sort of like an introduction, what are economic rents and how do, just very briefly before we get into the details, could you just explain what economic rents are?
Well, economic rents are what you have when you have an asset like land and it produces produce, after you pay for the inputs, the labor, the capital that you need to produce those imports, it's what you have left over. Those are the economic rents. But before I get into trying to explain that in a little bit more detail, there are a couple of things I like to bring out.
Yeah,
First
sure.
is that doing this over a period of 170 years is really a daunting and heroic task. I just wanted that
we're all engaged in.
yeah, exactly. It is a big thing, and one of the nice things from what I heard is they've gathered a lot of data and they're going to make it available for the university so that other people can do historical studies that might be of value. So it's not only going to be of value to this case, which is important, but as a scholar, we sort of like to think of this kind of knowledge that you've accumulated that will be used for other purposes other than litigation, that has a greater social value than resolving this particular dispute. So there may be some byproduct of this litigation that has social value. But the point is, it entails pulling together data from a whole set of disparate data sets that are not, they don't gather the data in the way that you would like to. This is always a problem. It's something I confronted when I was in the government. You want to know something and they don't give you the data in the way that you want, and you have to piece it together. That's why we have people working for us to do the hard work. But you had to give them the framework of how to do it. But you have to make assumptions. I mean, the world just doesn't present itself in the way that you would like. And so you have to make judgments about the best way. And one of the problems to do that, one of the problems is the government collects data in one way from one period, then it does in a different way for a different period, and then in a third way for a third period. And you're trying to get time consistent data series for 170 years. Let me tell you, we can't do it for 40, 50 years. Well, and we, trying to piece together, the government decides it's going to collect the unemployment data differently in 1 year than another. And then we want to have a data series. What happened to the unemployment rate? It takes a lot of work.
When you say we can't do it even for 40 years, that's like a general statement. That wasn't specific to this case.
No, because unemployment doesn't appear here. So it was, I just want to say the task of putting together economic data over 170 years is a big task. And I got to give the credit both sides that they've done that and try to harmonize the data and get it in a consistent way. As I said, you have to make some assumptions because the data that you would really like to have aren't there.
Now,
And-
you had mentioned either assumptions or judgment calls needed to be made. Your report represents where there were judgment calls to be made, your best judgment call.
That's right. But I think, consistently erred on the conservative side. As we'll see at the end, the numbers were big enough. We felt that we ought to do everything on the conservative side. And so that's what we did. And as we go through this, I'll try to just give some examples of judgment calls that we made that were on the conservative side. And I think what's actually striking is that, except in a few big ticket items, there are relatively small disagreements. between the two sides on our basic numbers for estimated rents. There was a certain degree of collaboration. There are some big items that we're going to talk about, that I'm going to talk about,
Yes.
and that are in our report, that make a big difference. And I'll try to clarify why we took one view on that and why the approach that they took was wrong.
And just to be clear, when you talk about conservative, um, um, the conservativeness of your approach, the effect of that is to lower the amount of compensation that you calculate would be proper for the value and for the NCR, net crown resource revenues. It lowers the amount.
That's right. That is to say, it means that the revenues that we include, what we include in the valuation is less than should be included if we had all the data. And that the expenses may be higher than if we had the data in the way that we would have liked to have had it. So that, overall, I think the number that we're talking about, that we come up with in our analysis, is a conservative estimate.
Thank you. And can you just let us know about the ongoing role in the economy that the resources have played?
Well, the resources that we're talking about here and resources in other parts of Canada have played a very important role in Canada's becoming one of the most productive economies, prosperous economies in the world, in an economy where a society with one of the highest standards of living. And these resources played an important role.
Thank you. So let's turn to what do you include in valuing the treaty territory, Professor Stiglitz?
So this is an example of one of the areas where we were conservative. We only look at what might narrowly be called the economic value actually extracted from the treaty territory, not the value that could have been extracted. So we're not making any assumption about these are the values that would have been generated if it were optimally managed. We're very explicit. It's what was actually extracted. So we take as given the Crown's management decisions, its actions, even though they were made with little or no consultation with the Anishinaabe. And we do not consider whether a more collaborative treaty relationship might have led to a more efficient resource land management, which might have made everyone more prosperous as a whole today. So we just take what they did as given.
Okay. So continuing on then, can you explain, I think in your report, you talk a little bit about the intrinsic value and realized value.
Yeah, this relates to one of the difficulties in valuation. Turns out to be not the first order in terms of the numbers, but it's conceptually an important distinction. And we had a hard time coming up with an appropriate term, but we used the term intrinsic value and we distinguish it from realized value. And in many other contexts, you might want to talk about market value, competitive market value, terms like that might have been used.
Sorry, you might have used market value for intrinsic.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, but here we have a fundamental problem. There was no market. And so we didn't want to use the word market value when there wasn't a market. And that would have made it seem as if there was something that wasn't. And the reason there wasn't a market was they were the Anishinaabe were legally required to deal only with the crown. There were restrictions on what things they could do. So that obviously, you might say, frustrated the development of a robust market if you weren't allowed to do it. So that means that you can't use those words as you would in a context of many other contexts. So that is one of the difficulties that we faced, and I just wanted to emphasize that by using the term intrinsic value. And the distinction between that and realized value is highlighted by the example I give at the bottom of that slide. If the crown gave away land for free, that does not mean the land was actually worthless. The crown might not have received any value for it. It didn't receive any money for it, but the value of the land was still there.
And so,
And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
In principle, if you can value that land that was given away, it ought to be included in the number that we would call the intrinsic value, or the value of the land, even though it was not value that was realized by the crown, because they chose to give it away.
And so the intrinsic value sort of meshes in with, I take it, what the Anishinaabe brought to the table, the value of what they brought to the table.
That's right, very much so. And it's why value is why I begun the discussion talking about value. Value is what they brought to the table.
All right, so let's go to the next slide. And here's where we get into an explanation of why use economic rents as a measure of value.
Yeah, and it's a standard, this is, I can't claim to have invented this idea. It's a very long-standing idea. Sometimes you wish you were alive 200 years ago and you could have invented an idea and you feel good about it. But this is not an idea I invented. It's a long-standing one. And it's actually been used in similar situations of how to value land in Canada, in other contexts.
What other contexts
I mean,
are you aware of?
there was a report in the early 90s valuing some First Nations land, and they used the concept of rent, and they explained why rent was the right way of going about it. So it's a standard, long-established framework for valuing scarce natural resources and land. So I can't claim any originality here. What it is economic rents are a product of scarcity. And maybe I should go back to the origins, why we use term rent on the one hand and wages. Wages are what you pay for your exerting effort, and rent is associated with the land. The land didn't do anything to get that payment that it gets. And the idea of rents is something that originated back when England and France were basically agricultural economies. And a lot of the wealth of the economy was related to the produce of the land. And so it was the scarcity of land that gave rise to the rents. They just
Professor Stiglitz, can you give the court a sense just how mainstream the concept of economic rents is, how well accepted it is among academics and economists?
Well, it goes back to the disputes between, in the 17th century among economists, and they talk about notions of rents and understanding those notions. And then in the it got more developed in the beginning of the 19th century, but David Ricardo in early 19th century. But it really is an idea that with the very beginning of modern economics in the 18th century was an idea.
And you've read some of the other reports of some of the other experts here. Are you aware whether they've commented on economic rents?
They did. One of them commented, I can't remember where, that it was a concept that wasn't around at the time of the Robinson treaties in 1850.
And what do you say to that?
Well, we said in our rebuttal report that obviously it was. And that if they just looked up in Wikipedia, they could have seen the history of the concept of.
Well, but I would rather rely on your evidence rather than Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, I was just about to say Wikipedia is not a good source and our students are not allowed to cite Wikipedia, but Wikipedia is a good place to begin to do your research. Yes. And look up sources that are then reliable sources. So I don't want to say Wikipedia is a reliable source, but it is not a bad place to begin doing research if you don't understand, if you don't know about the field.
Right. And you have some, and it looks like a little bit of an equation towards the end of this
It's not an equation. It's a statement of these are three things that are really the same. The value of the RSD Anishinaabe's contribution is what we mean by the value of the economic rents that were generated by their land and resources. And I'm going to explain why in other contexts, in the context of competitive market, it's the value of a land of a landowner. So these are conceptually parallel ideas.
Got it. All right, so then we turn to an explanation of economic rents.
Yeah, and that's what I just said a minute ago at the beginning of this discussion, that it's the value produced minus the cost of the inputs necessary to produce it.
And you provide us with an example, a series of, I've taken an advanced look, and it's a series of slides that try and explain the concept. And I'd like you to take us through that if you could.
So this is just a graphical illustration of the idea. You begin with a gold mine. I got one of the natural resources in the RST territory. And you begin, as I say, if you go back to the previous one, it begins in that equation is the value of what is produced. And the value of the produced, the gross revenue, is simply how much produced, the tons of gold, times the market price of a ton of gold. Okay, so that's the revenue generated, the gross revenue generated in a particular year, say.
Okay, and is it okay to go to the next slide now?
So we said rents are, remember, the value of what is produced minus the inputs that are necessary to produce it. And what are those? Well, this is just a taxonomy here: capital, other inputs, and labor. So the other inputs I'll explain later, but you know, like carts to take the gold out, whatever the other inputs that are required. And each of these has to get a return. And when you're talking about intrinsic value, what you're talking about subtracting what these inputs would be paid in competitive markets. And that means they get paid at least as much as they could otherwise earn.
When you say at least as much as they otherwise could earn, can you elaborate on that a bit?
Oh, I should have said maybe more. They have to be, you have to recruit those. You have to recruit labor. And so in a competitive market, you have to pay what the workers would have gotten elsewhere.
Right.
So it's just the cost of production. I mean, there's nothing more than that. A little bit later, I'm going to talk about what happens when you pay more than competitive wages and how to think about that.
Thank you. Yes. So that will bring us to our next slide, which I think you just perhaps already explained.
Yeah, workers must be paid at least as much as they could earn if they didn't work at the gold mine, possibly adjusted for risk and other attributes of the workplace. So when you say, you know, the wage might be higher if working in the gold mine was more dangerous or had environmental costs. So that's what you mean by competitive. It doesn't mean the same wage that got paid everywhere else. It's a wage adjusted for what we call the non-pecuniary attributes of working in the gold mine.
Right. So, but what gets paid is, I guess, would I call it the fair market value of the labor, or is that the wrong word?
You could use that word. It's not a word I would use.
Okay. Then I won't use it either.
Well, I would say what I said, which is the competitive wage, and that competitive wage is adjusted, has to take into account non-pecuniary aspects of the job.
Can I try this? So if we're talking about miners in a place like Sudbury, where there are many mines, and presumably when the mine wants to recruit workers, one thing to do is look at the wage rates across the other mines. But if the mine is up in the Arctic, they might have to take into account other features other than the neighbors' wage rates. They have to take into account their remoteness, that they have to fly in, that they have to live in a camp.
They're away from their family for weeks at a time.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the so that's the extra non-pecuniary.
The non-pecuniary
Compensation for the non-pecuniary attributes. And as I say, a lot of mines have health problems. And the old mines where you worked, coal mines, you get terrible diseases, and you're working down in the dark, and there's a possibility of mining explosion. Things are better after we started regulating, but still you have to be compensated for those. So
that's the notion of the competitive rate.
That's the competitive.
Takes into account the non-pecuniary.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
It's you might say the ordinary market rate plus all the other adjustments that you need.
But in your analysis, just to be clear, these other features, that like, let's use the example of the distance in the Arctic, they don't result in overpayment of labor costs.
No, No, those are competitive wages that compensate for the nature of the work.
All right, so then we would turn to suppliers.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned before. The mining cart company, the the law firms that might be necessary to manage the legal tangles and all the other services and goods that go into any economic activity, including a mine. And again, I'm assuming that they're paid a competitive wage. You might call it fair wage.
Right. And that brings us then to the role of capital in the exercise.
Yeah, so capital is obviously an input. And it's, you need machines, you need investments. And they have to receive a competitive rate of return on their investment. And a little bit analogous to what we've just been talking about in labor, there's risk. And so when we talk about a competitive return, we don't mean a return that's a safe interest rate, it's a risk adjusted. But we have to talk about the right risk adjusted.
Okay, a risk adjusted rate of return. Are you going to get to that later, or is now a good time to?
No, we'll get to that later.
Okay, all right. So the next slide, you on your little bar here, you now put rent at the top, and so
Yeah, so that whole bar was hopefully the same as the gray bar in the first, the whole bar, rent, capital, suppliers, and labor is the whole revenue. And then we subtract off of that whole revenue what we paid labor, suppliers, and capital. And what's left over is rent. And that's the value of the resource. That's the value of the land or the natural resource.
so it's the contribution of the land to the gold mine.
Yes.
Okay, and that your next slide is you're going to tell us why rents are relevant.
Well, rents are the appropriate basis for valuing the RST Anishinabek's contribution to what happened in to 1850. They contributed the land and its resources. So that's what I put, just what they brought to the table. And so what I've tried to get is, and I try to explain why we use rents as the quantification or the conceptual quantification, because we haven't, it's a conceptual approach to quantification of the Anishinaabeg's contribution. And the reason it's relevant is that a general economic principle of sharing, almost no matter what your framework is it has to be, it should be informed by the relative contributions of the parties.
And that's a well-known economic principle.
I would say it's a common sense principle, and I hope that economics is part of common sense. Yes, and it turns out it is also part of what people, many theories of economics formalize, and I'll come to that a little bit later.
Okay. So for our next slide is can you tell us where do the economic rents go now that we know that that gold portion of the gold mine, we've identified the rent, where does it all go?
Well, maybe let me begin by, it's always there. And it gets appropriated by different people in the society and the economy. So, and so your question is, who got that rent? And if going back to our discussion of the original concept of rent back in 16th century, 17 landowners, the landowner got the rent. You were the owner of the land and you got the rent. And the answer to your question, where do the rents go? The landowner got the rent. Actually, very simple. But here,
Is it, are you saying the landowner got the rent or had the rent? You use the word
He-
appropriation.
oh,
So it's
he-
whoever owned the land then owned or had the rent.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So if you changed ownership, the rent followed.
That's right. That the rent would move with the ownership of the land. So this actually fits in very neatly with what I was about to talk about. So the Crown became the manager of the land. And I don't want to stay away from who owned the land, okay? Because
Okay.
that's a legal issue.
I
But-
should have been careful before I made that example.
But in this context, the issue was, it was clear who became after 1850, who became the manager of the land. And the Crown, as the manager of the land and resources, had the ability and responsibility of collecting the rents or deciding not to collect the rents, and its decisions affected who got the rents. And there were multiple ways by which the Crown could and actually did collect rents. And I want to distinguish two. One is what it got directly. That is to say, it could charge a stumpage fee for trees that were taken out of the land. It could charge, it could auction off a license to do a gold mine. It could impose a mining profit tax. It could charge for the use of water for hydroelectric. So there are lots of ways that it could raise revenues directly from the resources. And then there was another important way that it could and actually did capture rents, and that's indirectly. And I'll illustrate that a little bit more clearly, I hope, in a minute. And that's through general tax mechanisms. When the Crown, for instance, gave away rents to somebody, it affected their income.
It affected whose income?
The person who received the grant, okay? Say it gave somebody valuable land.
Mhm.
It gave somebody valuable land. Now they are the landowner,
Mhm.
and they will get the rent because they were given the land.
I have to say, I'm so sorry to do this because it may be very basic. If rent is the intrinsic value in land, when we use the words collect the rent, what are we, aren't we, isn't the idea that the intrinsic value generates or has the ability to generate revenue, and you can collect revenue, but you're not collecting, you're not collecting rent, are you? Because
Oh.
collecting rent is because I thought the rent was the value.
The money you're collecting is money that you could only collect because there are rents. So
There are rent / intrinsic value.
that's right. So let's say I give you a piece of land.
Right.
So And now I've given, in effect, the source of the rent
Mhm.
to you.
So I could lease it, farm it, mine it, all those things, and
Ex-
generate revenue.
Exactly. But now I impose the Canadian government
Mhm.
imposes an income tax on you.
Yes.
Now, what you report as the landowner, because I've given you the land,
Mhm.
as your net income
Mhm.
is what you sold of all the grain you sold or a
Mhm.
gold mine, minus what you had to pay, all those late, and that's your net income.
Yes.
And your net income is the rent that has been generated because I've given you this asset. Okay, so now you have this asset that generates a rent. And now the Crown, Canadian government, Ottawa government, imposes a 30% tax on your income. Now the Crown is getting back 30% of the rent. So when the Crown gave you the land, it gave you the right to the rent. You collect the rent in that sense. But now with the income tax system, the government reappropriates that rent.
Okay.
And so now when we're trying to trace where did the rent go, in that particular example, if the government has a 1/3 tax, you as the giftee
Mhm.
get 2/3 of the rent, and the government gets 1/3 in indirect revenues.
Okay.
So the two ideas I want to, the rent hasn't disappeared just because I transferred the resource to you.
Has not disappeared from the Crown.
It hasn't disappeared
Oh,
from the world.
in itself.
From the world. It's there. It's sort of like the conservation of matter. That
So it
when I
doesn't,
give-
the rent doesn't disappear just because the ownership or management does, which is the line that the rent moves with the ownership.
Exactly. So the rent is just moving around one place to another, okay? And I'm trying, so part of what our analysis is trying to trace where is that rent money going? Who is getting, if you, the Anishinaabe transferred management of the land, you might say ownership, without getting into technical deep legal, they
Mhm.
transfer ownership to the Crown. Now, the Crown transfers ownership to another party. Rents that would have originally gone to the Anishinaabe have now been transferred to the Crown. The Crown transfers them to the landowner that it gave the land to. And then that some of the revenues, the rents, some of the revenues then go back to the Crown.
Through indirectly through taxation.
Yeah, exactly. So now we have a picture of where the rents were originally. Originally, they were all with the Anishinaabe. And now we have a picture of the rents where 2/3 are with some farmer
Mhm.
and 1/3 back with the Crown.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting.
that's fine.
no, so that's a whole picture. And what we're going to do is basically go through what we just said in a few pictures.
Okay.
Okay. So there are a couple of things before doing that. And just to try, actually elaborates on what we just said, the Crown can transfer rents to other parties through a host of other ways. So, for instance, it can, the simple example that we just talked about was the example of the Crown giving a piece of land. But there are other ways it can give water for hydroelectric without charging. That water for hydroelectric generates electricity at a very low price. And in a competitive market, you could auction off that water in principle. So that's an example where there's a transfer of rents to the hydroelectric company because they're not charged for it. But then the government might say a regulation that the hydroelectric company has to charge average cost of production. That means electricity price is going to be very low. And that means really the receiver of the rent are the users of electricity. So what we've done through a very complicated process is transferred the rents from the Anishinaabe to the hydroelectric, and then by regulation to the consumers of electricity. And they are now the recipients of the rents. They may not know that, but from an economic point of view, they become the recipients of the rents. So again, the principle is the rents haven't disappeared, they just got redistributed across society.
And just to sort of like follow that through, the consumer who buys the cheap electricity, perhaps he has a small business, and because the electricity is so cheap, his profit margin or his profits go up.
That's right.
And then he has to pay tax on those profits, and it goes back to the government. Yes?
Yes.
And that's a recapturing of rent.
That's another recapturing of rent. So the profits of producers in Canada who get the subsidy through lower electricity prices, they're going to have higher profits because their electricity prices are lower. They're more competitive. And some of that will be recaptured through profits taxes and income taxes.
So is it a fair thing to say that all revenues that come from land essentially come from the rent? Is that can you say that?
I mean, basically that's what we're saying here. Rent is the value of the land, and including resources. And what we're trying to now do is talk about tracing where that's gone. And it's too simple. It doesn't disappear. It just goes somewhere. The
Right.
scarcity value of that goes somewhere into the economy. And the other idea that I want to get across is the government recaptures a lot of that.
Aside from saying a lot of that, is there any way to sort of help with what a lot means?
Well, we know from general studies, like again, an OECD study says that the government today recaptures, the average tax rate is somewhere between 25 and 35%. and I can't quite recall what number. These are
Of what, of GDP?
of
or
GDP,
Oh.
of GDP. I'm sorry, 25 to 35% of it. So you can say around a third of GDP gets recaptured. That's for a variety of countries. I can't remember exactly where Canada is, but it's in that range of 25 to 35. And so that means that using that number as a broad guide, that means roughly that if Canada gives away a resource, it recaptures about a third, 25 to 35% of that. So it's a substantial amount. It's not as much as it could have gotten if it actually captured it directly, but it's a substantial recapture.
This might be a good time for a break. How long would the court like?
What do you need is 15 or 20 minutes.
That would be
thing.
Professor Stiglitz, 15, 20 minutes, okay?
15 is fine.
15?
yeah.
All right,
What
let's take
would the
15.
court prefer?
I-
Yeah, I've got 11:22.
11:25 on my computer. So 22? 20 to 12?
20 minutes too, yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to stay here to talk to the reporter. Thank you.
This court will recess until 11:40. Thank you. This court is now resumed. You may be seated.
So I want to continue on our theoretical discussion and our theoretical journey because the theory of rents is a little bit different than we're going to find out later how you dealt with the calculation of value, right?
Yes.
So, but let's continue on with the theoretical underpinning with the next slide of the gold mine dealing with rents.
Yeah, so what I want to do is actually go through what, in a way we've already talked about. We want to trace where did the rent go? And so in effect, in this graphic, we're zooming in on that gold part of the gold mine, and which is the rent. And we're going to try to trace through in the next couple of slides what happens to it. And what we're showing there is that it goes 4 different places. Given in this.
So I want to stop you just for a moment. When you say 4 different places, so that gold rent box is the same box as the 4 colors in the center you're going to focus in on.
That the big one in the previous slide, we're zooming in into the 4 places is going, and
Right.
and one of them is that rent is directly captured by the Crown, and that's what I talked about through the direct fees, like the stumpage fees.
And that's the red.
That's the red, and then investors may capture rents through higher returns than necessary to compensate them. And the way that's, if you give a mining license away at at 0 price or a low price, that's giving them excess profits. You're just giving away the rents. And maybe I should just digress for a second. When I was chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, one of the things I was trying to do was trying to get the US government to auction off its mining rights to capture more of the value of the mine for the government. And I have to say I failed. But where that's relevant here is when we failed, we were giving more money to that green part, to the investors, to the mining companies. And then the other two parts, probably less important. There is evidence that, for instance, if companies earn larger rents, profits, they share that a little bit with their workers. So workers in those particular companies may get a higher wage than would be a competitive wage. And the same thing is true for other suppliers. So what we're just saying is that that rent gets divided into various places in the economy. And, you know, we could trace it through, but that, conceptually here, I'm just trying to outline that it hasn't disappeared. It just goes to different places.
Okay, so let's continue on then with the gold mine, and this looks like a slide about recapturing, I
Yeah,
guess.
this is just a conversation we had just before the break. And that was that when you gave away, if the Crown gave away a piece of land, it recaptured the rent through income taxes. And here what we're saying is each of the groups that captured part of the rents get taxed: labor, the suppliers, and the investors. And so some of their income is attributable to the rents that were transferred to them. And then the income tax or the corporate profits tax or mining tax or whatever the tax is recaptures part of that rent. And so that is recaptured by the Crown. So if you ask what, at the end of the day, does the Crown get? It gets the direct rents, direct fees, and then a whole set of indirect ones.
And at this level, we're still in the theoretical world of how things work.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next slide is where do the rents go? And perhaps you've made the point, but
Yeah.
I'll let you comment on.
Just repeating once again the point that the rents arising from the land resources exist regardless of who captures them. And one has to understand that fundamental fact when you ask, you know, what the Anishinaabe gave when they transferred management of the land to the Crown. They transferred control of those rents and they went somewhere. And then the Crown appropriated significant amounts, but not the full amount, partly directly and then partly indirectly, substantially indirectly. And the basic idea is the value, the rents, is what the Anishinaabe brought to the table. And that ought to inform, is an important piece in thinking about sharing.
So from the looking of the next slide, we're going to be moving to another area called framework for calculating economic rents. And before we get there, I might ask the court if the court has any questions on the rent or.
I'm
You-
following his.
Okay,
I think I'm following.
okay.
I have read through the report. So some of the questions I had as I read.
Yeah, okay. So I'll let you continue, Professor
Okay,
Stiglitz.
so from here, what we want to do is, you know, the world doesn't give you the data, as I said in the beginning, exactly in the form that would allow you to do the calculations the first round calculations of where the total value of the rents, the indirect who appropriates the rents, who gets the rents. It doesn't give you all the data that you would like. And Mr. Hutchings will discuss the details of how we implemented these ideas in practice. How we crunch the numbers. And what I want to do in the next just couple of minutes is to highlight, illustrate some of the key conservative assumptions that we made, where we had to narrow our analysis from an attempt to get a full measure of rent to a more limited measure that's smaller than the full measure.
Right, so we're moving now from the theoretical, which you explained, and now we're moving to how you actually calculated or what the approach in implementation and what you captured and what you didn't capture.
Yeah, and before that, what I want to say is, not surprising as an economist, I focus on the economic values. And I wanted to reflect for a moment that there are values that might not fully be reflected in economics, not be fully reflected in the value of the resources that are extracted or utilized on the land and the natural resources. And here, what I'm referring to is the non-pecuniary benefits that might have accrued to the Anishinaabe, based, for instance, on their cultural and religious connection to the land. Part of my work on beyond GDP is to say there's more to life than GDP, and that there's more to value, broadly construed, than just the value of the gold that you got out of the land.
Right.
And that's particularly relevant, I think, in this particular context. But that's not going, that we didn't make any attempt to estimate any of that. I think there are ways of doing it. I'm not, they're hard, and we didn't attempt that at all. So in that sense, by leaving that out, we're leaving out something that's important.
And so you just talked about the Anishinaabe, a deep cultural and religious connection to the land, but included in those kinds of, is it fair to call them intangibles?
Yeah, intangibles, non-pecuniary.
Although I prefer to call them intangibles because you just mentioned there is a way, you said it's complicated to try and identify a monetary value for those intangibles, right?
For some of them, yes.
Yes, and included in that is things like the value of the beauty of a tree.
That's right. Of a forest, biodiversity is something else.
But you don't try and recapture or capture those values in your calculation, is the
No.
point.
No, or things like the value of carbon sequestration, which is really important in a world of climate change. We don't value any of that.
Okay. Yeah.
There are a couple of other conservative elements of our approach that I've illustrated in the slide. We only consider a few of the key resources. And the reason is just the scope of the work. It was daunting as it was. So we looked at mining, forestry, hydroelectricity, land, and spectrum. And even narrowing it down that way, we didn't have all the data that we would have liked. And so there are many cases where we couldn't estimate the rents in the way that we would have liked to have. And in those cases, we used only direct Crown revenues. So if you went back a couple of slides, it's as if in this chart here, rather than measuring the gold bar for rent, we only used that upper part of the red bar. So there were about 40% of the cases where we didn't have the data to measure what we thought was reliably the gold bar. And then we went to that little red bar. But we know in those cases where we could get a reliable gold and a reliable red, the red was a fraction of the gold.
Now, you talked about focusing in on 5 items, and were there any sort of notable areas that were left out that would bring value? Is there anything, or should we just look to your report?
Well, over time, I mean, obviously, you can't predict what is going to happen in the future. Right now, you know, tourism is becoming of more importance as a resource. Part of tourism is fishing. Historically, wildlife has been important. Going forward, markets for carbon sequestration are developing, something that didn't exist. There didn't exist markets for carbon sequestration. Their systems of carbon credits are developing very rapidly. And so that would be another thing that would have market value going forward, not now, but going forward. So those are just a couple examples of things that we did not consider. Tourism may become very big.
Right. Okay, so you had just finished telling us that about 40% of the time you used direct. When you say 40% of the time, is that for about 40% of the data? Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, it's we have 170 years, 5 different categories. So what we're talking about is 40% of the 5 times 170.
Right. So that's a conservative element. And then you talk about the fact that you actually don't try and recapture in your calculation general income taxes.
That's right. We don't.
Can you explain that?
Well, as I said, we in those years where we can't do the full rent calculation in a reliable way, and we use just the direct revenues, we don't calculate the indirect revenues. So the indirect revenues that we talked about, which can be substantial.
Like income taxes.
Like income, corporate taxes.
Okay, and then your final point is about a demonstrable failure to capture rents through policies.
Yeah, well, what
On slide 27. Bottom right hand
Yeah.
corner.
all this is just saying what I said before, that the direct rents are less than they could have been because of policies like not charging for hydroelectricity prices, not auctioning off mining licenses. And you know, as I gave that example about my efforts at when I was in Council of Economic Advisors to point out, you know, Canada's not alone in this, but the Canadian experts, you know, many people around the world have complained for a long time that governments have not done what they could have done, easily could have done, to substantially increase the amount of direct resource revenues that they could have gotten. And of course, if they had done that, our measure of ranks would have increased because we're relying 40% of the time on those direct measures. It's not like the ranks would have increased, but our measure would have responded because our measure is a underestimate of the true rent by the very nature of what we had to do, given the limitation on the data.
Okay, so our next slide is returning to the gold mine, and we're gonna, I think you're gonna take us through a series of slides that explain what you did try and capture.
So what we're saying is that we'd like to capture the gold bar. Unfortunately, the data much of the time does not allow us, and none of the time does it really allow us to do it. We're doing a set of estimates that are going to be an underestimate, but in about 40% of the time, we only use that red bar at the top, which we know is just a fraction, a relatively small fraction of the gold bar.
Okay, and the next slide is about further conservative elements to your approach. Can you explain these?
Oh,
I'm at slide 30.
oh, okay, yeah. There are some other conservative elements of our approach. One of the things that we do is that we, and both sides agree, that the Crown is reimbursed in full for relevant expenses before any sharing would occur. Okay, so that's why the word you'll see throughout, net Crown resource revenues, net of all expenses. So we're going to come a little bit later to what are legitimate expenses, and there's some disagreements about that, but the concept at the theoretical level is that they should be compensated for all relevant expenses. On the other hand, we don't estimate the cost that the Anishinaabe bore to allow those ranks to be generated. For instance, the mining operations, you probably know in Sudbury, it did have effects on the landscape. And more generally, they disrupted hunting, fishing, trapping grounds. There was a loss of natural beauty, although there are some beautiful pictures of the nickel mines around here that are illustrative, seen all over the world, of what happens when you devastate a landscape. It makes it look like a moonscape. So
Very sensitive.
I'm sorry, but looking at those pictures are very dramatic, but they do tell you that there was a cost borne by the Anishinaabe to the extraction of these natural resources.
Right.
And those costs were not subtracted, were not dealt with at all. So there's an asymmetry in all the costs that the Crown bore are deducted, but none of the costs of the kind that I just described borne by the Anishinaabe are reflected.
Now, before we go to the next slide, can we go back to slide 29 for a moment? I may have been rushing you a bit. Was there anything further you had wanted to mention about?
No,
this slide?
we've gone through
did
this.
cover it? Okay.
That I said 40% of the time we just use the direct revenue, and that's in all the cases. In none of the cases do we capture the full gold bar, but in some of the cases, 40%, We just use a very narrow measure.
So now we're going to turn to, I guess, a new topic, the third major topic, economic principles to assist in determining the sharing between the Crown and the Anishinaabe. And these, we'll call this the framework for sharing the rents. And can you, I see you've got us an outline. Do you want to speak
Yeah,
to
well,
that?
this is a little bit more complicated than the rent value,
Okay,
which is standard in economics. You know, as I said, has a couple 100-year pedigree. This is not quite so mainstream, but it is pretty standard. And there are three topics I want to go through. One is some basic principles governing sharing. You know, some just elementary ideas that I think everybody should agree on. And then I'm going to look at two specific frameworks to inform the sharing in this particular case. One we call the joint venture or shared risk framework, and the other is we call the bargaining framework. I'll try to explain why, where each of these is relevant and what is the factual issue, which is more relevant. And finally, I want to spend a moment talking about thinking about the sharing as going beyond just ordinary commercial economic relationship and considering the relative wealth and needs of the Anishinaabe and the settlers and how this informs our thinking about sharing. Okay. So in terms of the general principles of sharing, there are two principles that seem to me almost so obvious that they're anodyne, but I still think it's important to repeat them. First, sharing relates to the surplus created by the joint activity, and I'll give some illustrations later. And the second is it has to take into account the relative contributions. Yeah, there are challenges in trying to assess what the relative contributions are, but they have to take into account what each brings to the table. And that's why we spent so much time in the first part asking the question, what did the Anishinaabe bring to the table? What was the value of the resources? And that was what we were trying to give some assessment. Okay. So I want to begin by thinking about this narrowly as just a commercial relationship and thinking about it as if the Anishinaabe are seeking a partner in managing their land in order to get the full value of the resource. Okay, so that's the framework that I'm trying to put this all into. And there's a hypothetical that I think helps frame the nature of the relationship. And that begins by some assumptions, which we know are not quite true, but they help us understand what actually, how to actually think about the actual situation. So assume that they were able to freely negotiate with any potential managing partner. We know they couldn't, but assume that they were. And that the market for such services is competitive. So there were many people who came forward and said, we know how to manage natural resources, land, mining, and so forth. And for simplicity, we'll assume they all providing the same quality of service. Well, the outcome of that is very much like what would emerge in a normal competitive landowner market that I began before. The Anishinaabe would be able to obtain 100% of the rents. They would get to keep all the rents. And that means, what does that mean? The managers get paid for their services at a competitive rate. So when I say the rents, they don't keep all the produce. You subtract from the produce the cost of getting the produce. And among the costs are the labor, the capital, and the managerial fees. But the rent is what you have left over after you pay for the labor, the capital, other inputs, and the managerial fees. And that's the rent, and that's what would go to the Anishinaabe in that particular context. And that's pretty clear. I mean, I think most economists would agree for that. And there are two key assumptions here. One, that there's a competitive market for potential partners, managers. And I'm going to look at that in a minute. And the other is it does not consider the guaranteed payments of $2,000, which were received by the Anishinaabe. That is some of the risk disposition. How does risk transfer affect sharing? Okay, so those are the,
So are you going to get in later about how risk transfer?
yeah, right now. It's the next slide.
Okay, just before you do that, I have a question about slide at 34. You talk about potential partners, and earlier you testified about, we know as a matter of fact that there was only one person to sell to, and that was the Crown. But if we had a Crown that wanted to ensure that the Anishinaabe or the in looking for a managing partner, if you had a Crown that would say, we want to make sure that the price that the manager Crown will charge in this case is going to be competitive, if they had said that, and again, that's a hypothetical, I take it, the result would be the same, that 100% capture of the rents.
Yeah, one way of doing it is in this kind of theoretical framework.
Yeah.
You'd open it up and say, who wants to manage the these resources? And you might have many people. You don't have to have one to manage the whole territory. You might say, who wants to come and manage some of the land? Who wants, you might divide it into multiple tracts. Who wants to manage the mines? And you would have competition among alternative managers, and you would have, they would make offers to bid up the price of the resource and bid down the managerial fees, what they took as their share for management. And so they might do it, and I didn't spend much time on the report of, on how you might have that kind of auction, because it's too high. It was too, but the notion is you might, have an auction where you could have a share of royalties or a share, upfront payments, and they would compete. And in the end, that kind of competition would lead there to be the Anishinaabe to get maximize their rents and actually get the best supplier of managerial services. So, and suppliers, there's no reason why you'd have to have one. And you might want to diversify, because you may not think that you're not sure about the qualities of any particular one. So, but anyway, that's sort of the conceptual framework.
Okay. So let's turn then to the adjustment of risk and how that all plays out.
So now we're in this competitive world where the Anishinaabe are getting the full value of the rent. Remember, we're subtracting out the managerial fee. So we're paying for that management service. But then the partner comes and says, I'll take away some of the risk from you. Rather than sharing, rather than you're taking away 100%, you don't know whether it's going to be high or low. I'll give you a guarantee.
You don't know whether the rents will be higher or low.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I often skip words. Thank you. You don't know whether rents are going to be high or low. And this is like an editor in real time. Whether it's going to be 5,000 or 100,000, you don't know. I'll give you a guarantee of 2,000 a year. And you say, well, that's good. And then, so the Crown is assuming risk. And in return for assuming risk, there's a reciprocity in a market. We would say there's a market transaction here. And that means I'm going to give you that guarantee, you have to give me something in return. And the question is, what is the appropriate amount in return? And of course, the answer to that question depends on how much risk there is. If there's no risk, you don't have to give anybody anything in return. Okay, well, then that is the first question. How much is the risk? Well, what is the risk? Well, what was the guarantee?
So we're talking about the Crown now, and we're talking actually what happened on the ground.
That's right.
Okay.
They guaranteed 2,000 a year. And the question was, what was the downside risk? What do we mean by that? What was the risk that this huge territory would yield returns less than $2,000 a year? Okay, so that was the risk that the Crown was bearing. And if the return was $1,000, that meant the Crown would have to pay out of its pocket $1,000. Okay, so that's, and if it was zero, the Crown would have to pay out of its pocket $2,000. So what was the real risk as reasonably perceived at the time? Well, what we know is that the territory was already producing resources. I mean, that was one of the reasons why there was pressure to have the treaty, because people were making claims and wanted to start producing. So there was some value at the time. So it was clearly not $2,000 at risk. It was less than that because it was already producing. But in my judgment, there was essentially no risk. And the reason why I say that is there was, what we know is that the annuities were increased to $4 per person in 1875, which was more than twice the initial amount. That was more than twice the guarantee. And then there was an arbitration, and they paid arrears for the period 1850 to 1874. So over that first quarter century, in which there was this $1.60 guarantee, the actual output was $4. So almost from the get-go, almost from the start, they were getting out of the land more than twice what they had guaranteed.
Is that an assumption that they were getting enough to pay $4? I thought I heard in the openings that there would be evidence that in fact they didn't have good data and they came up with $4. But
So I don't want to.
Might be
Okay,
miscalling.
well, I'm not a historical expert either. And so, but from what I understand, was that there was a review of the data.
Yes.
And that review of the data said that the evidence was sufficiently strong that they were obligated to pay arrears. And it's, I mean, I could stand to be corrected on that, but that was why they were asked to pay that $4. It wasn't just hypothetical. It was that they should have paid it. It was that the interpretation of the augmentation clause at that time was that the resources, it says, if the resources should allow it without loss. And when they reviewed it, they said, given that, they should have paid $4.
But I wonder if I can just ask a question that just occurred to me. You're answering a question about risk assumption in 1850 based on what actually happened after the fact.
That's right. But what the reason why that's relevant is that you can see shortly forward, you can't see what's going to happen in 100 years, but in a mind, you have an idea about what's going to happen in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Yes.
There's enough information. And so that's why I thought that was relevant, that if my reading of the data was correct, that they were of this historical record, that they were in fact required to pay that $4 because the returns justified $4 that early, that must have meant in 1850, there was relatively little risk. I don't want to say there was none, but relatively. Right. In a minute, we're going to put that aside anyway. There's one other thing that what we did on our own calculations to put it in context is we calculated the net Crown revenues over the first 25 years. And that is, 1850 to 1875. And if they had put the money they received into a fund, they could have funded a $6,000 annuity, 3 times the 2,000 promised, forever. So in other words, that $2,000, the first 25 years accumulated excesses over the $2,000 would have financed a $6,000 annuity going on forever. So
just up to that time.
Just after, in the first 25 years. I mean, if you look at that, you say, unless they were just, a huge new find that they didn't know about, it gives you some view that, and I say, those are not that distant at that in 1850, that there wasn't that much risk. Okay, so that really says that the risk was very limited. And if you had that very limited risk, the view is the Crown should get compensated very little because they didn't undertake very much. So that's the view. So the way we approached this was to give the Crown, sense, a benefit of the doubt and say, okay, what we're going to do, everybody, the general consensus, $10, a conservative number, it was part of the expectations of everybody. Okay, take that as a rock bottom number, not not as just a very, very, very conservative number for value, and ask the question, okay, we'll give you that 160 represents a 16% percent of $10.
So the $1.60, let's just go back for a moment. $1.60 represents the population. You take the $2,000, you divide it by the population of 1,240 at the start, and you get the initial sort of starting amount at $1 that turns out to be $1.60. And you're comparing that to a $10 amount. Now, the record already shows that $10 was an amount that the Crown thought it could pay without regard to the value of territories, but a $10 amount that would be if I use a word, a complete buyout. Is that, maybe that's not the right word. But without having to worry about the future, they could pay $10 and that would
Yeah.
be an end to the payments.
Yeah. And so they were getting a 16% share for bearing that risk.
The Crown was getting a 16%.
That's right. That would be a,
16% share of what they had in the recent past been paying.
no.
No.
I would say, what the question was, in a lot of the other treaties, the standard was you got $10 per person.
Right.
And so, and in return for that, the Crown got, there was no augmentation clause. Okay, here, things were a little different. They only got $160 rather than $10. And that was the only guarantee. It wasn't much of a guarantee,
They got 160 plus a promise.
plus a promise. But the promise was to share that they would get augmented when the revenues increased beyond 160. Okay, and so the question was, if you were thinking about them, the value of the enterprise being $10, they had purchased a 16% share in a $10 enterprise. And that meant the Crown would get 16% of rather than the Crown, rather than the Anishinaabe getting 100%, now they would get 84% of what was going to be, whatever it was discovered, the value of the land.
So the 16% to the Crown and the 84% to the Anishinaabe is an economic sharing principle you're trying to communicate.
That's right. That there was, it is, in my judgment, an extraordinarily generous share for the Crown for bearing this downside risk of $1.60, no matter what happened. And the reason why extraordinarily generous, two things I've said: there was no risk because it was almost surely going to be more than 160. So then if there was going to be more than 160, it wasn't sharing any risk. And then the $10 was just, you might say, a rock bottom value of the enterprise. And so if the enterprise were worth more than $10, say it was worth $100, then they should have gotten not 16%, but 1.6%.
Right.
So by using a very conservative valuation, you get a very high percent for the Crown.
We have slide 37 in front of us now. Is that the one you want to turn to?
Yeah. So let me go back a second.
Yeah, sure.
To the competitive framework. What we said is in that competitive framework, which is the, the basic way to begin thinking about this, there were two assumptions that went in. The first was we ignored risk, and then we paid attention to how we ought to adjust the sharing to reflect risk. In the absence of risks, Donna Shabby would get 100%.
Mhm.
But with the risk sharing agreement where where the Crown provided the $1.60, we adjusted that down to 84%. And what I said is both the numerator and the denominator, when I did that calculation, I thought were such that they should be getting more than 84%. But like just, as I say, we're trying to get, the numbers are big and we're trying to get a broad framework, and 84% is the number that you get if you use that as conservative. Now, the second assumption was that there were many, quote, suppliers of managerial services. And we know that's not true because the Crown foreclosed that possibility. So, you had to deal with the Crown. And so that comes to the what we called our bargaining framework.
So that's at slide 37.
And the basic point then is the Anishapik have to make a deal with the Crown to realize the value of the land. And that's an issue that people have had to deal with for a long time, and modern economics has developed a well-defined theory describing how that is. But let me emphasize that the kind of the results that have been produced by modern economic theory reflect basically what is common sense and happened well before economic theory developed. In other words, you didn't have to have this modern economic theory to come to the conclusions that I'm going to put forward.
Economics caught up with common sense.
Exactly. That's right. But gave it, I mean, there's a certain beauty to the economics, to the mathematics. So the question is, what outcome would we expect in a negotiation between two parties that each hold the power to veto a proposed deal?
Now, I want to stop you there for a moment. This assumes each party looking out only for its best interests, right?
That's right. This is a commercial, so it's in the world of economists, ultimate selfishness. Okay.
It's the 7-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, before they're civilized and
This is not
socialized, I guess.
Just to be clear, what you're going to tell us about is not the case of a manager or a party who wants to make sure that the landowner is going to get a full competitive price for the land.
No, more particularly, it's not in a relationship that's ongoing within a family. I mean, it's a arm's length, nasty relationship between two selfish people. Okay.
Okay.
The
so
way
that's a
it's the world of
counterfactual world
economists.
to this treaty.
What?
But let's go ahead with the theory.
Okay. So the key principle is each party must be at least as well off as their outside option. If the proposed settlement division isn't such that both are better off, the other party walks away. So the outcome to this bargaining framework that intuitive and well analyzed in the literature is that the parties would agree to share the surplus arising from the collaboration 50-50. In other words, there are two steps in the process. You calculate the surplus, what is the extra value of their coming together.
That's
then
the
you divide.
surplus.
One
The extra value of their coming together is the surplus.
is a surplus.
Okay.
And then you divide that surplus 50-50.
And I think you should give us an example, and I see you're about to do that because it intuitively was something that I had difficulty with as I read your paper.
Okay, so a little example here of Lisa, the landowner, and Doug, the developer, where Doug is the only developer in the town. So it's this essential property that I wanted to say no competitive market. Okay, so Lisa and Doug have to deal with each other. Lisa owns a plot of undeveloped land worth $1 million. And if Lisa partners with Doug, the land would be worth $1.5 million. Okay, so there's a surplus. Lisa and Doug ought to come together. And if they come together, they generate a surplus of $1.5 million. That's what we mean by the surplus. Their coming together is more than Lisa would have had on her own. Okay, now the outcome, the bargaining framework says the outcome is they would split the surplus 50-50. And that means Lisa gets the $1 million that she brought to the table. And that's where the initial contribution is relevant. She has that $1 million she brings to the table. And then she gets the 50-50 surplus of the surplus, which is 0.25 million. And Doug gets 0.25 million for being the developer. And the important thing to observe is this is a fair sharing of the, you might call it a fair sharing of the surplus. It's the bargaining outcome, but they would not split the gross value from the partnership. It's the surplus. The gross value is 1.5.
Well, is the gross value of the project 1.5 if Doug had become an owner? Or is this presumed that when Lisa and Doug get together, it's still in Lisa's hands?
The property is still in Lisa's hand, and she hasn't turned it over to Doug.
Right.
So
So she doesn't recoup $1 million. She just still holds on to the million that she always had.
that's right. But the partnership is critical here, because if she didn't partner, she just has $1 million.
The partnership enterprise.
Yeah, the partnership enterprise, you know, in a way you want to give her, she still has the agency in this context of walking away and finding, you know, she has her $1 million to do with what she wants.
Okay.
And what we want to know is, what is the bargaining outcome when they come together? And Doug says, oh, she hasn't turned over. If we come together, how are we going to split the proceeds? And let's say let me put it, let's say they agree that at the end of the proceeds, they're going to sell the land. They're going to sell the project. Okay, they're going to sell the project. That's they agree on. Okay, so she's giving up her ownership rights.
I understand it now.
Yeah.
And then what that says is, Lisa, if they divided gross revenues 50-50, Lisa would receive 0.75, and she's worse off than she was with her original $1 million.
If they divided the gross revenues of the sale, of the
Of the sale.
improved sale.
Of the proceeds
Got it.
of the project.
Okay.
And the proceeds of the project are the 1.5 million. So she would be worse off. She would never go into the deal.
Right.
And the only way, that's why the theory says you focus on the surplus. You divide the surplus 50-50, and each gets what they bring to the table plus 50% of the surplus. So each that's really each gets their initial contributions
Mhm.
and 50% of what they create together.
Perhaps it's obvious to everybody but me, but I just want to make sure that that historic temporal analogy, if I can use those phrases, we're talking of putting ourselves back in 1850 as the treaty is being bargained and asking ourselves, what would the sharing arrangement have been as part of the bargain? We're not asking about conversations that may have taken place in 1875. We're talking about at the time the
That's
bargain
right.
is made.
We're trying to understand what the parties might have intended. This is an example of an incomplete contract. No contract is ever, or an incomplete understanding, incomplete treaty, and how much they have understood it, and what insights modern economics has. And what I've given is two frameworks that they could have brought to it: a bargaining framework where their opportunities are foreclosed, or a market framework where they're not. Okay.
Okay.
So so let me actually go now to talk a little bit of how you apply this particular, just like we talked about before, how we apply the joint venture framework in this case, and why we came up with 84%, and
Yes.
why it was a little bit, more than a little bit generous to the Crown. How do we apply this framework to the Anishinaabe, to this particular case? So the outside option here is the return on the undeveloped land. What land was without Bob as the developer in the analogy. And they share any surplus. So getting data on undeveloped land was not easy. So let me first try to give you the conceptual, and then say what our best estimate is. Conceptually, if the undeveloped land was worth 0, then the two parties have to agree, and then they're dividing. The gross revenue is the same as the surplus revenue. Is that at the end? And then it's 50-50 of the rents. Okay, so if the undeveloped land had no value, the bargaining framework says you just divide the rents 50-50. But the undeveloped land we know has value. It could be used for hunting, it could be used for logging, simple logging. It could be used for fishing. It had a value. And Mr. Hutchings has tried to put together data sets to look at the value of undeveloped land. And on the basis of his estimate of the value of undeveloped land, we can estimate then the value of the surplus. over the undeveloped land. And the calculation is that 58% of the rents should accrue to the Anishinaabe and 42% to the Crown.
But just once again, I want to be clear, this is self-interested parties who aren't trying to take into account the interests of the other.
That's right. And we're going to come to a broader framework in just a minute. But this is the outcome that one would have expected of perfectly selfish two parties having no regard to each other. And just what is the, we call it the Nash bargaining equilibrium, if you, the technical term, but that doesn't add anything to it.
I was going to use that phrase so that I could sound like I knew something.
Wouldn't have worked.
The next thing that we were going to get to was going beyond a commercial relationship. It's 12:45. I wonder if this is an
I think this is a
appropriate
good time to break.
to break.
I'm-
I understand that there are people who are getting flights at 5:45, and there's been a request to stop at 4 o'clock today. Given where I'm at, I expect that we'll be finished with Professor Stiglitz's direct sometime Monday. And if that works for my friends, I have no problem ending a little early today and taking only a 1 hour break for lunch. I'm coming back at 2 o'clock. Does that work for everybody?
Does that work for you?
It works for me, yeah.
And your
My timing,
days,
yes,
your
yes,
timing.
yes.
And you can feed our guest, and everyone in this room can get fed by 2 o'clock. Okay, let's do that. So we'll break now and resume at 2. Thank you.
This court will recess until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court is now resumed. You may be seated.
Mr. Schachter, would you mind if I start with some questions?
Of course. I would prefer that.
I'm just gonna see if, I have a couple of propositions I'm gonna ask you to tell me if I understand. Okay. So I'm starting at slide 2. I'm not sure if you have a hard copy.
I do.
So I'm really going to the basics. So proposition number 1, what is the value that you were asked? This is the question you were asked. What is the value of the territories, lands, waters, resources that were extracted? So should I take from that you're only measuring what earlier or at other times we've talked about a net Crown resource revenue?
No,
So-
I'm going, I'm sorry.
And so my question was, would that valuation exercise include Crown land? So land that, and just before the break, you were about to address the issue of undeveloped land. So I have this understanding in Northern Ontario that there is much Crown, what we call Crown land. In your assignments, in your valuation, are you including Crown land? Because I thought, perhaps from what you had said and from what I read, that when you talked about lands, you were talking about lands that were sold and lands that were given away. So something that generated a revenue.
No, I'm talking here about a more conceptual,
Okay,
and I'm talking about the total value of the land and resources on the land and everything related to it. That is in the RST territory.
Okay,
So later on, in other parts of the analysis, we talk about the net crown resource revenues.
yes,
That's what I was trying to emphasize before. That's a subset
of the territory.
of the total value of the land.
Okay.
And I try to highlight that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that helps. And then,
Just on that point, if I
yes,
can interrupt.
yes,
On
please
the
do.
value of the land we're talking about the value of the land of what was actually extracted in resources, not which could have been extracted. It's important.
That's right.
To make that.
Oh,
distinction.
no, so now I'm confused again, because I said, does it include crown land? And crown land hasn't been extracted, undeveloped crown land.
I'll let the expert explain.
Okay, so one way to, let me, you have this,
I don't want to make it more confusing, and I'm
No,
very sorry if I am.
you have this territory.
Yes,
And on that territory, every year it produces certain goods, gold, timber, agricultural goods. Okay. And so when we're talking about the value, it's what is the net produce year after year after year,
so
And-
that would be what is extracted from the land.
what is extracted from the land. And when we mean by extracted, we mean the net rents that are extracted year after year after year. And there's a little subtlety here. Normally, we would, when we use the word value of the territory,
Yes,
we would want to add up that whole stream from 1850, 51, and add it all up together.
yes,
But one of the contentious issues in this case is what is the time value of money and how do you add up
Right.
over time? And so I'm trying to approach this in a way that separates out those two pieces. What is extracted year by year by year?
so it's very much, but just to say, the value that you're measuring is very much the value of what is extracted.
Exactly.
Okay.
And ignoring the non-economic value and so forth. And it's on a yearly basis. And then later on, we're going to talk about how do we add them up over time.
Present value, okay. And so then, and I think I'm more confident in this one. When you say on slide 7 that you are not valuing, you're making a distinction and you're saying it's not a valuation of what could have been extracted. And during the openings, I put this proposition to one of the lawyers. I said, so it's not what could have been extracted, i.e. twice the number of trees, but what could have been extracted in the value or the revenue per tree
Is
is the could.
It was what actually was extracted
Yes.
in terms of the number of trees.
Yes,
And except for the case where they gave away a tree.
yes, got it.
There's another issue about they may not have charged the right stumpage.
Which is what I understand you to be including when you say we weren't looking at what could have been extracted.
That's right. So we aren't asking, did they optimally manage the forest? Did they, they could have had another forestry management plan that could have generated more every year. We don't ask that question.
Okay.
We just look at the number of trees and the value of the trees. But in terms of the net crown revenues,
You have a dispute on how that's calculated.
how that's calculated, but we don't second guess whether they should have charged more stumpage than not. That
Okay.
doesn't enter into our calculation. there are only a couple instances where that kind of issue comes up. They didn't charge, as I mentioned, for hydroelectricity, for
Mhm.
water. And, you know, they clearly should have. That was, and I'll talk about that a little bit later today. And there's an issue about land giveaways.
Yes, and I got that. Okay, and I think I have one more, please. I'm going to ask you a question. And it's probably the same question then, and this is at slide 23. The very first bullet point says the key takeaway is that the rents arising from the land and resources of the RST territory exist regardless of who captures them. Would I be correct in also reading it this way? The key takeaway is that the value of resources extracted from the territory exist regardless of who captures them?
Yes, but the value is the net value, because subtracting.
The net
yeah,
value,
yeah,
but only extracted values.
yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've answered my own question.
okay.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Schachter.
Yeah, so before the break, we were about to move to going beyond a commercial relationship at slide 41. And so far, we've examined the economic aspects in a, I'll call it a dog eat dog world where people just fend for themselves. But now we're going beyond a strictly commercial relationship, and let's talk about that a bit. And if you could look at your slide and perhaps
Yeah,
clarify some things.
Sorry, what number?
Slide 41.
Thank you.
this is just a point, you know, my reading of the history of this and is that this was supposed to be more than just a commercial relationship. It was supposed to be an ongoing relationship. They talk about the words renewal, reciprocity, respect, kingship. I mean, all of these. So it's not described just in terms of a conventional commercial relationship. And in the Court of Appeals, in response to that, they said, can you say something about the relative wealth or relative deprivations, or I guess it's quoted here, relative wealth of the Anishinaabe versus the settlers. And there's a general point that long-term sharing relationships often take into account such considerations. There's a sense of community and a commonality. And interestingly, some more recent economic literature, what's called behavioral economics, actually talks about societies which put more weight on these considerations actually function better. And that, so that, you know, while we're talking about it outside of the standard framework of extraordinary selfish individuals, there's an attempt in modern economics to say, well, people really aren't quite as bad as traditional economics models them to be. And so the question we ask is, how would sharing have been done historically if the standing of the Anishinaabe relative to the settlers were taken into account? And the answer is pretty simple. If the previous sharing formula still left one group worse than the other, there'd be some adjustment. And we didn't proceed to say precisely, but it's clear what the qualitative direction of that was. And so we took on the challenge of trying to measure the relative well-being standing of the two. And going back to one of my first slides, 170 years of data. They didn't quite collect all the data that we would have wanted for this litigation. They obviously hadn't anticipated it. And so there isn't all the data that we want, but there's enough to give a pretty good picture. And you know, at a qualitative level, the picture is very, very clear. There were enormous deprivations, enormous differences.
I just want to stop you for a second and just ask, you said you compared two groups. In your report, you talk a little bit more detail about what exactly what the groups are, but in general for the court, which two groups are we talking about here?
We're talking about the First Nation in the territory.
Yes.
And we're talking about the rest of the Canadians, or I think
in the territory, in the territory
yeah.
area.
Yeah. Okay. So there are a couple points that I want to make. You know, even though there are many different metrics, one of them is income, wealth, life expectancy, health. We focus on income, and it's a good proxy for all the others. It probably underestimates, you know, there were large differences in life expectancies and in health, in education. But so I think income probably is a conservative measure, but in any case, everything else in this case is about numbers like income. So it's useful to have a comparable basis when we're talking about it. And if we want, we can talk about some of the others, but the point I made just a few minutes ago is that what should have been paid in previous years that takes into account the relative wealth is based on the circumstances in those years. So our framework is in 1850, what was the relative deprivation? And how does that adjust what you would pay in 1850? And that gives you a number, and then 1851, 1852, and so forth. And then you add those up.
Professor Stiglitz, before we add them up,
Oh, I'm not going to add them up. But
I just wanted to ask a question. I just wanted to ask the question about, can you provide some guidance to us about why the income approach is a good proxy to use? Like what does economics or what does your experience tell you about why is that a good proxy?
Well, I mean, income almost drives everything else. I mean, it's not the sole factor of a life. You know, when I talked about the commission that I was on with measurement of GDP and going beyond GDP. You know, there are other things, security, health, I talked about. But if you don't have income, you don't typically have health, you don't get education. So it's almost an accumulation of income deficits over a long period of time leads to wealth differences. And wealth differences typically are much larger than income differences. And wealth differences are important, for instance, for security, for voice. So it's sort of an underlying basis for the other deprivations. But it's also highly correlated, with the others. So what we say is it's a proxy, and it's probably the most reliable proxy that we can get, given that we're getting data for 170 years, and we want a time series.
Okay, thank you. And I took you off of slide 43. I think you're at the second bullet.
Yeah. So what I want to emphasize is what is owed today, given that payments in earlier years were not made, just as in any other framework, it's the present value of those past amounts. So that's a mechanical exercise. Not quite mechanical, because there's a lot of disagreement about what the right discount rate is. But once we agree on the discount rate, then it's just a spreadsheet exercise. You don't need an economist. Where you need the economist is to agree on what the right discount rate is. And we're going to come to that later.
We're going to come to an agreement of economists?
No, there's not. I don't think there's going to. Maybe I'll be so persuasive that Ontario and Canada say, you got it. But I hope I am. Okay. But there are 2 points I want to make. The first is, had those payments been made, the circumstances today might, and I would say, would almost surely be markedly different. The past deprivations have large present consequences. And those we just have to recognize that the differences are larger today because the payments weren't made over the last 170 years. And the second point I want to make is the magnitude of our findings in many ways reflects the accumulation of 170 years of these kinds of inequities. And something I'll come back to at the end is deprivations of this magnitude and of this persistence will take a long time and a large expenditures to undo that. And I'll show you, maybe you can go in the next slide, a picture of the magnitude of just a graphic picture. It goes between 1870 and 1945, because that was the period where we had a consistent set of data. This is part of the problem of, over 170 years, you don't always have the data that you want in a coherent and consistent framework. But this is where we reasonably good. And what I want to draw your attention to is the orange line and the green line. And the green line is income per capita for everybody. The orange line are for the Anishinaabe. And you don't need a microscope to see that there's a difference between the two. Sometimes I do discussions of income differences, and you can see them, but it takes a fine a blowing up of the numbers. But this is just, as I say, natural numbers. We haven't done anything with a vertical axis to spread them out. Those are 0, 100. It's not a log scale, or there's nothing fancy done. These are just ordinary numbers, and you can see very clearly that the green line, in 1945 was something like 7 times the orange line. There's another thing that I think is quite interesting about that graph, that gray shadow in the background, that's the net crown resource revenues.
As calculated by you
Yes, that's
and Mr.
calculated.
Hutchins, excuse me.
Yeah, there, but except the disagreements in this period are not very large between the
Okay.
two sides. The disagreements started arising out of forestry, and that starts really around 1950. So in this period, there's not much disagreement. There, you know, a little bit, but
All right,
And-
thank you for that. So you were examining the gray area.
and the gray area are these the revenues the crown is getting.
The
And
net crown revenues.
yeah, net. And what I just want to, and it's the direct, it's not the total, it's just the direct as we measured it. And what you see there is that as the crown revenues go up dramatically, beginning with, especially with the period around World War I, the green line goes up dramatically. The orange line doesn't. And it goes up a little bit, you know, up until the period of the Great Depression, but it goes up very gradually. But in the period preceding the Great Depression, there are very large increases in tandem with the increases in the crown rents.
Increases for the green line.
So the green line goes up with the crown rents. So the non-Anishinaabe people in Canada and the territory benefited, but the Anishinaabe did not very much. And that's why the disparity grows rather than being reduced, which is what you would hope a good sharing relationship would have. We're talking now about the sharing relationship going beyond commercial. If you were going beyond a commercial to a kingship kind of framework, you would have wanted to have it to narrow disparities. And what we see is very large increases in disparities.
In a good sharing relationship, you say you would want the numbers to show a narrowing of the disparities.
In a period when, oh, I'm sorry, to
Yeah, I'm just trying to finish that. Or are you also saying that you would, in a sharing relationship, you would like to see them at least have a relationship going up in tandem?
yes. Yeah, you would at least have it going
At
up
the
in
least.
tandem, but you know, my own feeling, you know, and this is a standard, we call welfare economics. You actually want to create a sense of greater equality. If you have a resource, a natural resource, particularly a natural resource that originally, in some sense, you would say, shouldn't you be using those resources to bring the two groups together, bring groups together when the basis of the wealth is a natural resource, is the basis of greater solidarity, commonality, community, you know, to go back to a family analogy, you know, most families share more income to somebody who needs it more. And so they try to narrow the gaps. And that's, you know, you use kingship, it's a natural analogy to a family. And you don't necessarily eliminate them, but you try to bring them together. So it's not just that they would move in tandem, it would actually be narrowed.
Thank you.
So earlier on or before the lunch break, we talked about this world where in economics where people are self-interested. And but in the real world that we historically have in this case, and I want you, if you would assume, and I think the Court of Appeal says this, that reciprocity means getting back in value that which is commensurate with which one gives. And if the actors in 1850 had wanted to were mindful of their kinship relationship, which you've spoken of both, how does that reality affect or change your comments about what to share and what that share would be? Is that question
Yeah.
clear?
So, I mean, the way to think about it goes back to actually the question that we just began right after the break. That it says that what that a shopping gave, if you want to use that word give, I mean, in this relationship was the value of their territory. And, you know, which generated produce year after year after year for the last 170 years. So you can think of them having given the succession of produce ranks over the last 170 years and hopefully into the future. Okay, so that's what they gave. And that's why we spend so much time talking about what it is that they were giving. And then we talked about what was it that the Crown gave. And the Crown provided managerial services, but we pointed out that they were compensated for those managerial services. They get to deduct all those costs. And that's what, you know, we're all the discussion of Crown revenues or net Crown revenues, net of expenses.
Yes.
And there's a little dispute about what those expenses are, but it's the principle that expenses that are correctly attributable to the management of this are deductible. Okay, so there's no debate about the principle. And then we talked about the Crown may have brought something else, which is risk sharing services. And some discussion about what the value of that was, because that was related to how much risk there was. And my judgment was very little. And then there was the Crown the only possible manager, or were there others? And, you know, as an economist, my first reaction is obviously there are going to be many in a normal market economy. This is not a normal market economy. The Crown have precluded others from dealing with it. So that's where you get these two frameworks, the bargaining framework where there's only one, and the other one where there's a competitive framework where there are many. And that's where you get these range of numbers from 58 to 84. So that's basically reciprocity would get you to these ranges of numbers. But then if you add kinship to that, and you look at the diagram that figure I just showed, kinship says there are these relative deprivations, and that would lead you to say you ought to be, whatever your conclusions about value, risk, whether there were only one or many potential suppliers of managerial services, whatever those numbers are, you ought to increase them, the amount that go to the Anishinaabe, because of the relative deprivation that they experienced.
So in number terms, the value that you and Mr. Hutchings, nominal value on resource rents over the years, not bring forward, just the nominal value, 3.58 billion. Is there anything you can say about that, how the reciprocity and, how kinship might affect the appropriate share of 3.58 billion nominally?
Well, whichever the theory, how you ever make those judgments on the values that each of the two parties brought,
Yes.
it leads you closer to saying that the Anishinaabe should gotten a larger share of that 3.58 billion.
And above 84%, you wouldn't be able to put a percentage on that, I take it.
I haven't done that. We did some calculations relative to the net ground rents and calculated in different ways. It could well be reaching all the way to 100%, but it's certainly what I can say with some confidence is it's more, and given the magnitude of the difference between the green and the orange line, much more than what would have come out of simply the commercial relationship or out of the relationship based on reciprocity.
I think that takes us to our next topic, which is the economic substance of the augmentation clause. And can you provide some guidance, Professor, on this issue?
Well, as we've already been discussing, the common intention of the parties was to share in the value of the land. The augmentation clause said it was to be augmented if it could be done without loss. And to understand the augmentation clause from an economics perspective, there are two questions that we've addressed. One is, what is to be shared? We've already answered that. It's the economic rents. And how it is to be shared. And we provided I hope, useful ways of thinking about that sharing, both from the perspective of what a commercial relationship would look like and with going beyond a commercial relationship. All of the frameworks that we've talked about give a majority of the value of the rents going to the Anishinaabe. And now what I want to do is talk about our understanding of the augmentation clause as an economist, not as a lawyer. Okay, so this really goes, I hope we're not repeating it too much, but the economic rents provide the best measure of what is to be shared when interpreting the augmentation clause. And that goes back to what we said over and over again. The rents exist regardless of how or if the Crown chooses to collect them. If the Crown chooses not to fully capture the rents, they can still be estimated. And the reason that you shouldn't just focus on direct resource revenues is that those direct Crown revenues depend on decisions the Crown makes. And that makes those decisions for a whole variety of reasons, economic and non-economic. But the way they make those decisions may and in some cases did, deprive the Anishapik of the value of what they contributed, of the value of their land and resources. So for instance, and we'll go into this a little bit more, but we talked about giving away land, they could give away hydroelectric water. When they do that, crown rents go down. And if you were just depending on crown rents, that would mean the Anishapik would be deprived.
The direct revenue.
If it were relying just on direct. I'll give some examples, I think, that will help illustrate.
That's the
wh-
next
what-
slide, I
what,
think.
And I'll begin with another simple example from real estate. And maybe that's appropriate because we're talking about land, but it's Alice and Bob, and you notice all of these examples have diversity. And
I don't know that. I was told a long time ago, one doesn't do employment equity by name.
We'll take it, okay. Alice owns an apartment, but cannot manage it. And Bob is allegedly a good manager. Alice and Bob make an agreement agreeing to share rents 50-50 with Bob handling the day-to-day management. So we're not talking about there's an agreement here, they're sharing a 50-50, okay?
Mhm.
And the market price for the apartment is $2,000 per month. Bob's niece is moving to town and he would like to help her out. So there are two ways that he could do this. The first way is he could give his niece $2,000 to pay the rent. And the second one is that Bob gives his niece the apartment for free. So let's just go through what each of those scenarios mean. In scenario one, Alice receives $1,000, the same as she would expect, no matter who he had rented the apartment out to. But in scenario two, things are quite different because Bob has given his niece the apartment for free. There's no rent. And so Alice gets half of zero, which for those who remember is zero. So Alice receives nothing. And in effect, what's going on is Alice, without knowing it, is giving Bob's niece $1,000. Both Alice and Bob are each giving up $1,000. They're each foregoing their share of the market rent. Bob's niece is happy. She gets to live in an apartment worth $2,000 for free. Bob feels good because he has helped his niece. You might say in the sense of kinship we were talking about before, he feels really good. But Alice might wonder why she would have to give $1,000 to Bob's niece without even being consulted. And she would justifiably feel cheated. So that's really encapsulate what actually happened. And I'll try to, I think, make it clearer as we go on.
Yeah.
But before doing that, I want to give a third scenario, which is more, you might say, pernicious. Bob gives his apartment to his niece for free, but his niece then pays him $1,500 under the table. And in that scenario, Bob is better off because he gets the $1,500. His niece is better off. She gets a $2,000 apartment for $1,500. But for Alice receives nothing. And let me just point it out that there are many ways that this kind of cheating, if you want to call it that, can occur. Bob could have paid, Bob's niece could have paid him over the table by paying him $1,500 for replacing a burnt out light bulb. That would be listed as expense in running the apartment, and paying him more than the competitive wage for doing that. And that's a way of transferring rents.
But
So
some of these things about transferring rents can happen without evil intent.
that's right. And I'm not making any suggestion that there was any evil intent here, but they have the same consequences, whatever the intent is. The point is, rents get transferred. They don't disappear. And so that's sort of one of the challenges here is trace the rents, but remember, they don't disappear. They go somewhere. And how you keep your books and what you do is going to make a very big difference here, because it is going to determine how much the Anishinaabe get in the end. Because, well, we'll see that in just a minute.
Okay. Did you want to go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, let me say here on intent, there's nothing, I want to say there's nothing necessarily wrong with Bob's desire to help out his niece, but economically, we would not expect his agreement with Alice to include granting Bob the unfettered ability to use the apartment in the service of his interest as an uncle. And at the very least, we would expect the agreement to require that Bob talk with Alice to get her approval before offering the discounts to prospective tenants, particularly relatives, to stop self-dealing. So, economists spend a lot of time worrying about this kind of thing. We use fancy words like incentive compatibility, but the idea here is very, I think, understandable, and people have understood this for hundreds of years. So the implication of what I've just said is that using economic rents as a basis for determining obligations under the augmentation clause does not require that the Crown fully tax rents. It just, what we want to say is the base, what is to be shared and should be the value of the rents, and how it should be shared should be determined by the principles that I talked about before, the range of principles that we've talked about. And that is going to be key in interpreting the augmentation clause. And I'll explain it a little bit more, but go back to that before.
52.
There's a general principle that I'm going to, that is, I'm going to try to illuminate, and is important in this context, which is that economic arrangements that are equivalent should be treated equivalently for the purposes that we have at hand. And let me try to.
And you're gonna try and explain that?
With an important concept, which is called tax expenditures. And to illustrate the tax expenditure idea, suppose the government wishes to encourage the adoption of electric cars. It can do it in two different ways. One is it sends a check for $5,000 if an individual purchases it. The other one is the government gives a tax credit of $5,000 for any individual who has purchased an electric car. Okay, the two are exactly the same. in the sense that the individual who buys the car has the cost of the car reduced by 5,000. The government's revenue is the same because for every electric car purchased, it loses $5,000. Okay, so both the individual and the government are in exactly the same position. But in the accounting, they look different. Under scheme 1, gross revenues and expenditures are higher. Because under scheme 1, where the government gets the full taxes and then sends out the check, its tax revenue is higher because it hasn't given the tax credit. So its tax revenue is higher. And its expenditures are higher. So both, if you remember, accounting, two-sided, both sides have gone up. It doesn't make any difference, except we're going to see in a second, it does make a difference if what you're paid depends on one side of that balance of the balance sheet. Okay, so at this point, what we've said is it doesn't make any difference from the accounting point of view.
For whom?
Yeah, for the Canada.
Okay,
For the country, that's right.
Yeah.
So this idea of tax expenditures is again not a novel idea. Governments calculate tax expenditure every year. We do it in the United States. We do it because we want to ensure policies are treated as equivalent. We want to say you're spending $5,000 for a subsidy to electric vehicles, whether you do it through the tax system or whether you do it directly. And there's some problems in Congress why they prefer to do it through the tax system. And we're not going to get into that, but from an economic point of view, the two are exactly equivalent. And the reason why economists like to bring the tax expenditure discussion up front is they're really two separate decisions. You have a decision of raising revenues, and you have a decision on spending the revenues. And whether you spend it through the tax system or whether you spend it directly doesn't make any difference. That's a spending decision. That's really and when funds are fungible, the subsidy could have been funded in many different ways. It didn't have to be through the income tax. In this case, they're linked, but that's just an artifice. Public finance economists don't like tax expenditures because they hide what is going on, and they make it more difficult to have a good, transparent discussion of how we're spending money, and they also make it less transparent what the government revenues are.
which is the point for this case.
And so let me give an example which is more directly related to this case than buying electric cars. But electric cars is one people talk about right now a lot. So that's hydroelectricity. And I'm going to go through, in this case, 3 scenarios rather than 2. Here, the Crown decides not that it wants people to buy electric cars, but it wants people to use electricity. And just a given level of electricity consumption is desirable. So one way is it can set a very low water rental rate. And then we talked before, remember that subsidizing the power company would allow the power company to make more profits. But rather than allowing the power company to make more profits, you say you have to pass on the benefit of that lower water to your customers, producers and consumers in the form of lower electricity prices. And those lower electricity prices then lead to more consumption of electricity, okay? So that's one way. A second way is it could charge a higher water rental fee. What you might say, the full value of the water, but set the user price, the end user prices, the electricity prices, at the same level as under Scheme 1. But subsidize the producer. Okay, so the price of the water has gone up, the price of the electricity has gone down. It may have to provide a subsidy to the producer, like Scheme 2. Or Scheme 3 is it charges a higher water rental fee, does not restrict prices, provides subsidies to end users, and that lowers the price to the end users in the same way. So this time it's the consumers who get the check. And when I say consumers, it could be producers. I mean, the users could be a firm. It's not a household, not just a household. Well, all three of these are equivalent in terms of the net revenue of the Crown. All three are equivalent with respect to the usage of electricity. You kept the price the same in all three examples. But Scheme 2 and 3 differ from Scheme 1 in that in Scheme 1, there's a low water rental rate. In Scheme 2 and 3, there's a high water rental rate. Well, what are the consequences for this particular case? Or the consequences is that Anashabik don't share in, there are no Crown revenues, resource revenues in this scheme, and therefore they suffer. So this is not just a hypothetical. The Crown has a policy of not charging market prices, charging rents appropriately.
Right.
The policy of the department so far has been to fix the annual rate at a moderate sum and thus secure the establishment of new industries rather than obtain the highest possible return, which the privilege might be made to yield. Now, just like we said, there's nothing wrong with Bob's desire to subsidize his niece. That's up to Bob. The real question is, at whose there was something unattractive about forcing Alice to pay for Bob's niece. In this particular case, what is going on is effectively by keeping the price of water low, the Anashabik are basically being forced to subsidize Canadian consumers, the rest of the population. So you want me to go on and talk a little bit about the general implications of this
Yes,
example?
slide 57.
Okay, so I hope that example wasn't too mind-blowing. I mean, it just illustrates that there are different ways that of organizing how you collect and pay revenues and expend revenues and organized programs, whether it's for electric vehicles or water, that are equivalent, except when there's something else that depends on that gross revenue, that depends on what the Crown gets with respect to water rentals. And then they're not equivalent anymore. And in this particular case, because or a narrow reading of the augmentation clause that said what the Anishinaabe gets should depend just on net Crown revenues. That narrow reading would mean that it would be totally affected by which of those schemes was chosen.
By Crown decisions.
By Crown decisions. And, you know, whether Crown decides in the hydroelectric on scheme 1, 2, or 3 makes a very big difference to Anishinaabe. And at the very least, they should have been consulted. And if I were advising Anishinaabe, I would say, yeah, tell them, do a direct subsidy. You can decide whether a direct subsidy to the producer or the consumer, but don't take it out of me.
Right. What you're explaining now is it has something to do with, I guess, economists say that the best way to, the least distortionary way of raising Crown revenues is through a rental tax. Have I heard that correct?
That is true, but it's really not the key issue here. The key issue here is that there were equivalent ways going back, you know, 2 equivalent ways to get people to buy electric vehicles, 3 equivalent ways of getting people to use more electricity. And the Crown makes a choice. And normally, you might say it doesn't make any difference which choice you make, except for transparency and the quality of public decision making. But if you have the augmentation clause and you read that augmentation clause to say that what the Anishinaabe gets should depend on the NCRRs, what was actually collected, then that seemingly arbitrary choice becomes substantively relevant. And by choosing scenario 2 and 3, you're depriving the Anishinaabe of revenue that they otherwise wouldn't have had. And the
Would have had.
What?
You're
That
depriving
they
them.
would have had.
They would have.
Would have had. And the implication of that, which I'm going to come to now,
Yeah.
is that any reasonable reading of the augmentation clause says that you have to look at not just in determining sharing of the net Crown revenues, you have to look at the broader array of policies that the Crown undertook. And if they undertook policies that resulted in not capturing the rent, then the amount that the fraction of the ranks that they capture that should go to the Anishinaabe should go up. So if Bob gave a discount to his niece, then the share of the ranks that he ought to share with Alice should go up. And here what we're saying is if they choose not to collect some of the ranks for whatever reason, the share that the Anishinaabe gets should be higher. So it's now giving another factor. If we want to base the augmentation clause on a narrow reading of the ranks, just on net crown ranks, that has to be sensitive to how they've what they've done in collecting those full ranks. So this goes back to the point I made again over and over again. When the crown does not capture rent, it does not disappear, it just accrues to other actors. And a narrow reading, what I call a narrow reading, that is to say, not taking this broader perspective into account, has the risks allowing everybody besides the Anishinaabe to benefit from the contribution of the Anishinaabe, from their resources and land that they've contributed.
Just a point of clarity on something you just said. You said that if they, and maybe I misheard, but I thought you said that if they collect the direct rents and give the balance of the value to others, but there's a second intermediate position where some of the rents are recaptured by the crown. You've already talked about
Yes,
that.
yeah.
So let's not forget about that as well.
No,
Not everything is given away over direct rents.
yeah, no, I mean, when we say the cranks, the ranks never disappear. They just move around the economy, and always, besides the direct ranks, there are the direct ranks that are captured by the government. There are the indirect that are captured through the corporate and taxes, the income taxes, and those are part of the revenues where the ranks go.
So you're saying it's one thing to read the clause narrowly, that it only dealt with, or narrowly, as you say, it only dealt with nominal amount of crown revenues. But if that's what you're measuring only, then when you get to the share task, take into account that crown policy decisions have had an effect on those revenues.
Precisely, exactly. And if you don't do that, the next point I was going to raise is illustrating the extreme effect of not doing that, okay? So the extreme effect of that is that the crown could decide not to collect any rent directly at all and collect everything indirectly. Let's say they just decided we're going to give away the land, we're not going to charge for the water, we're give away mining licenses for free. The Anishinaabe would get zero.
And on
Yeah.
that scheme, if they were entitled to 100% of zero, it would still be zero, I take it.
Yeah. So, you know, they're getting, even if you said, okay, we're going to give them 100% of the debt crown revenues, that's zero. And any framework of commercial, non-commercial says they ought to get more than zero. That can't be the right outcome. That cannot be. And a reading of the clause that says the crown on its own discretion can give them zero seems to me a wrong reading of the clause. It just doesn't, you know, doesn't.
But what
Important.
does that analysis we've just gone through tell us about, excuse the expression, the value of economic rents in the analysis of a just determination
that the court has to engage in.
It says you have to look at the value of the ranks on the whole. That has to be the beginning of the discussion. And at the end, in evaluating the appropriateness or the reasonableness of the sharing of the share of the pros, you have to look at that as a basis of what is reasonable. Okay, so and I wanted to go one more aspect of the giving away everything, because and it relates to your point. Let's say they, in that hypothetical where they gave everything away, they land is given away, mining licenses are given away, they still get back roughly 30% in indirect revenues. Because remember, with the income tax and the corporate income tax, they recapture about a third. So the government, the Crown is actually doing not that badly. They've, you know, if these resources are worth 10 billion, they get a third of that. So you know, I don't want to impugn the motives of anybody, but I'm just describing the consequences. And if the consequence of this is, to the extent that it leads to less direct revenues, some of those less direct revenues are captured back in indirect revenues. So the Crown is still getting a lot out of all of this, even if it gets zero indirect revenues. One of the things that I hope this discussion should have made clear is there are lots of decisions in managing resources and rent collection that were under the responsibility of the Crown, which have big effects on the Anishinaabe. You know, we might say there's an externality. What they do affects not only the Crown, but affects the Anishinaabe. And it affects them in terms of the revenue. We've given some examples of effects in revenues. It affects them in terms of the environment. You know, we talked a little bit earlier about some of the environmental consequences of some of the decisions and the lack of regulation, adequate regulation in mining. And so the broader issue is, in my interpretation of how at least the court interpreted the agreement, is it's supposed to be consulting. And that consultation is a framework for trying to, we would say, internalize the externalities, to make both sides understand, make the Crown, who's making the decisions, understand the consequences for the Anishinaabe, who've turned over the management of the land to the Crown. And so I've listed here a whole
On slide
list
58.
of examples of the kinds of things that where the Anishinaabe would have an interest, where decisions of the Crown have consequences for the Anishinaabe, and in which negotiations would have been fruitful. And, you know, if they had been done over the last 170 years, maybe some of the issues that are contentious in this litigation might have been resolved.
And could you go over those for the record?
Oh, yeah, I've gone through some of these already, just to, for instance, what do you do about, you know, in 1850, the idea of hydroelectric plants wasn't really uh, on the scene. I mean, people didn't, so there's no way the treaty would have specified what the provisions for charging for water for hydroelectricity would have been. And that's why the view of wait and see, you know, we'll share the ranks as they come along, is so important. You could not have conceived, and you know that you don't know. That you know that there are things that are coming along, that new technologies. So here's the point, that when hydroelectricity comes along, you want to share. How are we going to charge for the water? And should we pay for subsidizing the development of electricity in Ontario? And you might say, yes, you will, because we're going to benefit from that. They might say, no, we're not benefiting. Maybe some of the things, you know, sometimes you say, we will if you put a plant in our territory to create jobs for us. You know, so then you say, well, if we can see that we're getting a direct benefit from that in employment, remember there's a huge gap in well-being, and if employment is important in well-being, they might have said yes if we do that. Okay, so that's a kind of example of where consultation might have helped. And just another example of a new technology is spectrum. I mean, obviously that's territorially based. The indirect tax revenues, you know, 1850 modern tax systems hadn't developed. And the question is, should you include those revenues? We have ways that we can calculate those today. You might want to say, let's be explicit. If you were writing the agreement today, if I were advising somebody today on writing a treaty agreement, I would have put a provision about that. But consultation, when you know that you can transfer money from a direct to an indirect revenue, means that we ought to consult about it. And one of the things where there dispute among particularly in context of forestry that we're going to come to later is our particular category of expenditure relevant for generating more rents, and only those are, you know, you might say are allowable. And you say, you know, if you want to go ahead and do that, you can do that on your own bottom, but charging our accounts for expenses that are not related to rent generation is not allowable. Okay,
Charging the
So-
Anishinaabes accounting.
for not, and I should, yeah. So the question is, what are expenses that are related to, that are the generation of rent? And so again, there could have been discussions of that. The allocation of crown expenditures, that refers to things like how you keep your books. That many things, many expenditures serve multiple purposes. Overhead, how much of that expenditure should be attributable to me, to the Anishinaabe, to
Right.
the
And in your analysis, do you divide that up where there's different purposes?
Yeah, and we'll give an example later on or more particular, what I'm going to talk about is how you can go very wrong in that. And so what I want to emphasize though, and is that there are lots and lots of decisions that go into calculating the net crown resource ranks. And part of the problem that we're facing today is that because there's no consultation, there's been no agreement about what ought to be attributed to the net count resource revenues. And that opens up the kind of opportunity that we described in terms of Alice and Bob, and in terms of resource of money that should have gone in either expenses that should not have been allocated or revenues that should have been allocated.
Before we get on to the next topic, I did hear you say, when you mentioned the words spectrum as being one, you said spectrum is geographically based. Can you please explain that for us?
Well, the easiest way to explain that is the auctions for spectrum, which have become very valuable, are done by countries. And that the United States has a spectrum auction, Canada has a spectrum auction. And that's all I meant, that the natural unit of dealing with the spectrum is a geographic unit, and it's related to the administrative unit, in the case of the sovereign unit. And there are problems at the border. You have interference. You have to have coordination to avoid interference. But the right to have the fact that it is based on that territory means that part of the property rights, if you want to think of it that way, of the territory is the spectrum of that territory that would go through that territory.
Were you searching for like waves or microwaves? Does it matter if it's microwaves or radio waves? Does it matter how it goes through the territory, or just the fact that it goes through the territory?
It's that you're stretching my physics here. This is all developments after I studied physics, but the basic idea is that the control of the spectrum over a particular geographic territory has economic value.
Got it. I think I understand that.
And therefore there is a value to the right to control spectrum going through the territory.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's about to start a new section. We've been going for a while. Does the court wish a small break? I know we have to break at 4.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. A short break would bring us back for 15 minutes. Is that worth it?
Well, I think what would make most sense, if the court is okay with continuing, and if the witness is okay with
Yeah.
continuing,
Yeah, okay.
would just to deal with this section on accounting for the time value of money. And that should take us pretty close to the break.
Okay. It's a long time without a break, so
It's okay.
you're okay?
Yeah.
Staff? You okay?
We could probably break for 10 minutes and then we'd still finish the accounting of time value, I would think.
Well, if you're good, I'd rather
Okay,
go
let's
till
just go.
10 to 4 and
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to turn to a new topic, Professor Stiglitz. Accounting for the time value of money. And the first slide that we have is some principles. So I'll let you explain away.
Okay, so the idea here is really very, it's a very simple one. The money at a future date is worth less than money today. If you gave somebody a choice between $1 today and $1 in 10 years, they say, I'd rather have $1 today. So, but by the same token,
yep, whoops, excuse me.
Technical issue, Your Honor. I apologize.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry you were
okay,
interrupted.
no. And the second point is the corresponding money at a past date is worth more than money today. And that is to say, if you had been given a dollar 10 years ago, you could have done something with it and gotten a return on it, and it would have been more than $1 today. And the issue is a very simple one. What is the translation from $1 today, tomorrow, $1 today, $1 yes? And it sounds like a little bit of a erudite issue, but when you're with compound interest over 170 years, small differences in those rates add up to large amounts of money. And a lot of the differences in the bottom line between the two sides have to do with this simple number that has nothing to do with or very little to do with the details of all of the things that we've been talking about what are revenues and ranks and values and sharing. They're just, how do you move money from one point, from 1850 to 2020? So that's why it's so important. And the most important things we're asking, there's money that should have been paid in 1870, 1850. I pick my birthday, 1943. Each of those years you have to bring back to 2020, 2022, whatever. And what is the value of that dollar today? And the standard economic answer is, what could have been done with that dollar? And that's the concept is sometimes referred to as opportunity cost. And here, the issue is, what rate of return would the RST have realized if it had received the payment when it was due? And the argument, the analysis is pretty clear in my mind. It's some notion of the return on capital, one which is consistent with equity returns. And the important concept I want to get across here is that the Anishinaabe are not like a short-term investor. They're not like you and me, who have short-term lives, you know, and who have all these problems of, you know, retirement, unemployment, illness, divorce, a whole host of things that lead us to need money at various times. We have this business cycle. We're talking about a nation, First Nation, that is ongoing. Okay. And so when you're dealing with somebody with a First Nation that is ongoing, it has a long-term perspective. And when you have a long-term perspective, you make long-term investments. And you ask, what are good long-term investments? And the answer is equity. And if you make those long-term investments, you get a higher return than you do if you put it in government T-bills. You don't need the same liquidity as an ordinary family. So
When you say you, the long-term investor,
the long-term investor,
okay?
yeah, thank you. The RST will never retire requiring it to call on, will never have to call on all of its capital. And the implication of this is that we know long-term investors like the Canadian Pension Fund or other pension programs or university endowments can and do realize very high returns because of their ability to look beyond short-term risk. And so my view is using short-term return on capital makes absolutely no sense for the Anishinaabe. So, stay back here for a second. So I'm gonna give you some numbers in a second to show you the differences between a long-term investor and a short-term investor, and they're really quite significant. But the point is that for short-term investors, the risk that's uppermost and is the business cycle, the ups and downs of the economy. And so there's been a lot of risk, a lot of analysis in the financial literature about what determines risk and how do we evaluate it. And it's mainly related to the business cycle. And that's the business cycle is really the thing that the market focuses on. But the Anishinaabe don't have to focus on the business cycle because they should have a large endowment that would enable them to weather through the cycle and by undertaking equity investments, they can do better over the long run, no matter how the cycle plays out. We had the Great Recession. Those who invested heavily in equities and stay through it all, long-term investors did better, even though we went down. But those who had to sell at that point obviously suffered. So if you're a short-term investor, you worry about the business cycle. But a long-term investor should have a long-term investment strategy, and that has to do with equities. Okay, now let me give you some numbers that give you a flavor.
Just before you go to numbers, I'm just looking at your slide 61. And you talk about a long-term perspective allows one, that's the long-term investor, to pocket excess returns arising from the cyclical risk premium. And I just want you to help explain to the court, I at least, if I'm correct, when you say pocketing quotation mark excess returns, you're neither being pejorative about taking returns that aren't proper, nor are you saying that they're excess for that long-term investor. Could you please explain that? I mean,
Okay.
it just almost sounds like they're doing something
No,
wrong by.
No, yeah, so what I was trying to get at is the market is driven by ordinary people. By, you know, and when I say ordinary people, again, I'm not using the term pejoratively. I mean, just people who have finite lives, who have to manage their way through the business cycles and all that. And they say, if I'm going to take an equity, I have to get compensated for that risk. The risk that I might need the money just when the stock market is low and I have to cash in a bad time. So to induce people to be willing to buy equities that can go up and down rather than a bond, you have to give them a premium. And that's the risk premium. But that extra return is, you might call it a freebie for a long-term investor, that he doesn't need that extra compensation. He's willing to take it. And I use the word pocketed. He doesn't care about those fluctuations because he's gonna be able to weather it out. He's not gonna have to, he's not gonna worry that he's gonna retire just at the point when the stock market is low or have to cash in for some other reason. He's there for the long term. So for him, this extra return that comes from everybody else demanding a higher return for these cyclical stocks is free money. And he might as well take advantage of it. And so it's the extra return that somebody that who is able to have that long-term perspective. There aren't a lot of people, there aren't a lot of institutions that can do that. The Canadian Pension Fund did that. We'll see. And I think I have some numbers on that. I was a trustee of Amherst College, which is a small liberal arts college where I went to college, and it has a small endowment of $2 billion. And as a trustee, we had to manage it. We were a long-term institution founded in 1821. We've been around for 200 years. We hope to be around for another 200 years. I won't see it, but the planning of the institution is based on being around forever. And so when we plan our endowment, we plan for being around forever. And we've been able to make enormously high returns on our investment. We've invested in equities. We've actually taken a somewhat stronger, riskier position, and we've gotten a lot higher returns. We weathered the Great Recession, and our endowment just grew enormously, and because we could undertake risk. And as a trustee, I don't think we were undertaking undue risk. We were taking advantage of this differential that I described between short-term investors and Amherst being a long-term investor.
Thank you. So did you want to turn to, you were going to said you were going to give some examples before I interrupted you.
Yeah, so just to put this on the slide, there are three ideas. First, what we actually do in our approach is conservative. We don't put it all in equity. We have an equity debt mix, 60% equity, 40% debt. So relative to what one, I think would be optimal, it's conservative.
So let's talk a little bit. I want to try and understand a little bit of that word you just used, being conservative, and let's start with the debt portion. It's 40% in long-term government debt.
Yeah.
Why is that conservative, the debt portion of that?
Well, I mean, basically, debt doesn't fluctuate, as I said before, as much as equity. And the corresponding fact is that debt gives an average return that is substantially lower than equity. So when you mix 60-40 rather than 100% equity, you get a lower return because you're taking than you would have gotten if you had 100% equity.
Right, but sorry, I was trying to understand whether there's a conservative element to choosing government debt as opposed to corporate debt or other debt instruments.
Yeah. Government debt is obviously safer than corporate debt in general, because there's an assumption that the Canadian government is not going to go bankrupt. It's not so confident in the United States, but that was a joke.
Never know when to laugh around here.
Okay.
So when you say government debt, I asked the question about government, you answered in terms of Canada.
Yeah.
But different governments have different risk levels. So example, municipal debt bond might be different than a provincial or a Canada-wide debt bond. Is that correct?
That's right. And I think these are long-term, basically Canadian government debt. But in general, the number, the numbers are not that sensitive to, obviously, there are some governments, I won't mention their name, you would not put your government debt is not necessarily that safe. There are, and in the next year, there may be even more defaults. So when you say government debt, you're referring to a debt like the Canadian government or something equivalent, very low risk and or zero risk effectively, and correspondingly low return.
Mhm.
So just let me go into looking at the contrast between the three categories. So you see how big the numbers are. The long-term bond rate is around 2.7%.
Over what period?
10 years ending 2019.
Okay, thank you.
So, and this is just representative. This was not the 60-40 approach that we use is 5.3%. So it's dramatically different, and that explains why you get very big numbers at the end when you compound. So our 60-40 is roughly twice the long-term bond rate. But it's worth noting the big 8 Canadian pension funds average returns were 9.8%. So, these are not small investors, and these are not irresponsible investors. These are not gamblers. These are Canadian pension funds that are responsible.
When you say,
And are not gambling with the proceeds of the pensioners. I mean, so these are not risk takers. These are not, our New York hedge funds. These are, I just want to emphasize, these are Canadian pension funds.
right, so when you say the big 8, that's in your report, you list
Yes.
8 different major Canadian pension funds.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the 60-40 40 and the 60 refers to equities. In your conservativeness, did you restrict the kinds of equities to be invested in? Or how did you, was there a rule of?
It was a broad, it was a, I can't remember now all the details of,
So we
how
should
we
speak to Mr. Hutchins about that.
yeah, you should, but it was a diversified set of equities. And, you know, I think we make some stuff, but if you did a broad diversified set of equities reflecting in the United States, so if we had done it, would be the S&P 500, there, you know, that really incorporates the whole market. Now, the third point I wanted to make on this slide was, is not a surprise. Using the higher rates of higher rates of discount makes a very big difference. And just, you know, to show how important this conceptual issue is and how important it is to get it resolved correctly. So the point is, we just did a calculation taking our results and altering just one thing over the 10-year period, 2009 to 2019, just those 10 years, using the Big 8 pension fund return of 9.8%, okay, which is, I say, conservative, and these are not gamblers. Instead of the number that we get in our approach of 126 billion, you get 191 billion.
And that's just only adjusting for a 10-year period of the picture.
Yeah, that's right. And the most recent, you know, the 2009 to 2019, and using not hedge fund interest returns or, you know, returns from these Canadian pension funds.
Now, and these returns, are they net returns? What,
They include, you know, they're the net returns, management fees, transaction costs, so forth.
and did you want to now address your approach to accounting for the time value of money?
Well, I just wanted to say, you know, I've talked at various points today on how one has to make assumptions, and we've tried to be conservative in our analysis. One of the aspects here is a question of what would have been the return to the First Nation if they had been able to get the money. Okay, so we've talked about if they got the money and invested it in equities, or actually a 60-40 mix on the market. But one has to understand the nature of the deprivations of the First Nations in education and health. And there have been a lot of studies in economics showing that returns to investments in education and health are much larger than the numbers that I've given.
Much larger than the investing in the market 60-40.
That's right. And especially when you look at the returns to those initial investments, when there are a lot of deprivations in health, a lot of deprivations in education. You know, actually, when you have a lot of education, returns go down. The studies of The economic returns to a PhD are probably negative, but that when your education is very low, you're not even getting a sixth grade or eighth grade or a good high school education. Returns are very high.
Are those, this was a question I had from the time of reading the report. Those returns in the first instance end up in the pocket of an individual.
Yes, in the first instance. And then just
So
like,
unlike the, let's say the community is the long-term investor, puts their $100 in a 60-40 mixed portfolio and realizes certain return. When you start to talk about investments in education and health, those are not the investments of the education and health are not certain portfolios on the market. They are in the hands of individuals.
that's right, with two qualifications. I mean, they're totally in the hands of the individuals, but we talked about recapturing.
The return to the community is still measurable.
Is measurable return first in terms of taxes.
Mhm.
That's a monetary return. And there's a second economic return that when you get more educated people in the community, the prosperity of the whole community goes up. There are interactions.
Right, but there's a presumption that there is taxation,
To get it back to the community,
right?
there is, but the community benefits
In
from
other ways.
in other ways, including from the interaction of each other, which leads to common prosperity.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very hard to have a functioning community. Let me put it the other way. One of the reasons why countries like Canada are successful is they have high levels of education. Commonly, you know, that there is a positive interaction, and that in many ways, the social return to education is maybe another way of putting it. The social return to education is also very high, and not all the returns to education are appropriated by the individual.
Maybe I can ask the question this way. Suppose there's a First Nation in 1923 that gets $1 billion and makes a community decision to build a hospital or build a care home. That has implications for the well-being of the community, right?
Yes, but I think the question was for the well-being of the community. Now, if we wanted to say, if they invested in a hospital or a better school, and that would lead to economic prosperity, that would redound to the whole community in a more narrow, in an economic sense.
Okay.
So it reflects the notion of the money going towards the common economic well-being of the community. I mean, your question is the common social well-being goes beyond that.
Okay. Now, there were other other experts used different rates of return, long-term bond rate or band trust account rates. And you say your rate is more accurate, is preferable, a more, how should I put it, is the better rate to use. Wondering how to put this. Maybe I could put it this way. Just to recap for us, why is your rate better than the other rates?
Okay, so the rate we would want to use will depend on the particular purpose and the particular circumstance. Okay, and what I want, and that's why I emphasized in the beginning, what we're talking here is what is the rate that's appropriate for thinking about a dollar that would have been received in 1850 or 1900 and bringing it forward to 2020.
What you
And-
told us was the lost opportunity.
And there, the idea is the appropriate rate to do it is thinking about this as a long-term investor, not a short-term investor. And as a long-term investor, in every state of nature, as we've experienced it, it turns out that you would have been better off if you had invested in equities. And in our case, we use conservatively a 60-40, but you would have been better off. And so it is you would have done even better if you invested in hospitals and in schools. And so in my mind, this is a conservative way of saying where they would be today, if you had given them that money, then where they could be today.
And just to be clear, are band trust rates or long-term bond rates the long-term rates you're talking about?
No, it's higher because we have this
Sorry,
equity.
which is higher?
What?
Which is higher?
Oh, our 60-40
Okay.
is higher because it reflects the fact that equities have had a higher average return, and the Anishinaabe can weather, if you want to think of it that way, the volatility because they're long-term investors. And
Right, I guess maybe I should try and clarify my concern. There's you've talked about 60-40 being long-term rates and a conservative measure at that. But there's also investing on what's called long-term bond rates. It sounds like long-term bond rates might also be long-term rates.
oh,
And-
yeah,
and I'm just-
long-term bond, okay. Long-term bond rates are bonds that are 10, 20, 30 years, but they're not bonds that are appropriate for a long-term investor.
Thank you. And that's what I was trying to clarify.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay. now I
Well,
think
my
understand.
fault for not asking the question properly. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about time value of money?
We're gonna come to some issues a little bit later
On Monday?
on Monday.
Yeah.
But they have to do with another set of issues about risk, another aspect of risk,
Yeah.
but not with the time value of money of how you bring money from the past into the present.
Right. It is very close to 4 o'clock. And I thank the staff and everyone for pushing through till 4 o'clock. And I'm sure my friends who are catching flights will be pleased that we're ending on time. Oh, Ms. Lewis has one thing.
One
to
thing.
add.
We would like to extend the invitation to all council and the court to attend a sunrise ceremony at the fire here at the University of Sudbury at 6:30 a.m. In
what
accordance
day?
with the on Monday, in accordance with the ordinary protocols. I would ask that council for the defendants would confirm that they would have one member of their council team attend.
Confirm with you now, later?
Yeah, happy to confirm over the weekend if that's more appropriate, and then provide confirmation to the court following that.
Thank you. I have one thing that I'd like some representative of each council team to check in with the court registrar with respect to the order of uploading the live streaming so that we can wrap that up. Okay, is there anything else?
Not for today. 10 o'clock
10 o'clock,
a.m. on
sir.
Monday.
All right, we will break for the day. It is 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, sir. I expect we'll see you on Monday.
Oh, and I only expect to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours, I would think.
Okay,
So
who goes next? Who goes first? Pardon me?
Tuesday is the main day for cross.
Okay,
Both days Tuesday, that would be
so what you're saying is that the first cross is Ontario's.
the, and we'd like to start it on Tuesday.
Okay, I'll just recall one thing. I mean, tell me if I should never mention this again. But the schedule that was provided to me most recently for the renewed schedule said this schedule was done by everyone. And so it was coming to me on consent. And there was only one comment, that Ontario did not like how long it was taking and how many days off there were. Anyone who's been around will know that I would like to accommodate council, and I will do everything I can at all times to accommodate council. If there's some good reason why you don't want to start Monday afternoon, I'd like to hear about it, but it's not just that, you know,
Well, I'd like
The-
to hear what he says and process it, and we're gonna be done on Tuesday for sure.
you are
So
going to be
we-
done on
oh, yeah,
Tuesday.
For sure, we will be done. The Crown, I think, Canada has, I think, a shorter cross-examination to follow ours. But we'll be done Tuesday. And there'll be time for any re-examination easily.
I usually want to hear that whole part of the story
For the professor to get, I think he has a hard stop at 4 o'clock
on,
Wednesday.
On Wednesday,
So
he's got a flight
we're
to
staying
catch.
within that confines of the schedule.
all right. How does that sound to you, Canada?
That sounds fine as well. I agree that I think that Mr. Marcel and I finished my process.
In the one day, On-
That's,
on Tuesday?
regardless, we'll still have all day Wednesday if it's still over.
All right. So there's no risk.
Okay.
Now everybody's happy. All right. Mr. Gover, do you participate at any stage in this?
I have the right to. First, the intervention order requires me to coordinate with Mr. Schachter. I anticipate having few, if any, questions for Professor Stiglitz. Thank you.
Very good. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Very good. Thank you all. Over the weekend, please stay safe, stay healthy. We're breaking now Monday at 10 unless you're meeting at the ceremony at 6:30. Thank you all.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. The sittings of this court are now concluded. Long live the king. Thank you.